All right, we are back for our evening session, session 3 of the day, 2024 Saskatchewan Powerlifting Association Provincials here in North Martinsville at the Community Center, a few miles north of Saskatoon. We will be starting with our open male lifters in just a few seconds here. Want to thank some of our sponsors while we've got a moment before he hits the platform. Our title sponsors, platinum sponsors, Sask Lottery, Supplement King, and Supplement World. And our first lifter for the evening session, Matthew Todos, 177.5 kilos for his opening squat. We have a new platform crew. We have a new set of referees. And we have what looks like an opening successful first lift to start off the evening. 3 white lights from Matthew. Good opener. Stephen is up next, 180 kilos, 396 pounds. Stephen is also a Bridge City barbell lifter, as was Matthew. We are starting our evening session actually about 5 minutes early, which is nice. Our afternoon session went by quickly. Stephen with a deep squat. And a successful lift. 3 white lights for him as well. Caleb's up next at 185 kilos. Our platform crew is working quickly. Just adjusting the height. We have some tall lifters in this group. Adjusting the height of the rack.
Go, McDonald. Go, Caleb.
All right, and we've got Ryan Fowler joining us.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Ryan. Done coaching for the day.
Done coaching for today. Now I get to sit and watch.
Sounds good.
Yes, sir.
Looks like a good lift. It is for Caleb. Tristan is up next at 207.5 kilos, 457-ish pounds. Tristan is a 105 open lifter. Bar is loaded for Tristan. We will have 2 flights again this evening in our last session of the day, 3rd session. Our first session being our open male lifters. Nice deep squat. Good lift, although, Ryan, there was a call from the head judge. Do you know what that was for?
Looked like it was a yellow card, which can encompass a lot of different things. Could be failure to listen to the commands. In that case, I'm not sure what else. Could be foot movement as well. Okay. In the squat.
Depth seemed to be okay.
Depth was fine.
All right, our next lifter is Landon. Landon is opening at 212.5 kilos. Coach barking commands on the sideline, and a good lift.
It was an easy opener.
Easy opener for him. I know you do a ton of coaching. Coaches sometimes will help the lifter in terms of where the depth is, things like that.
Yeah, there's lots of cues that coaches will use to help cue their lifters. Oftentimes, cues are very dependent on the coach because they can mean different things to everybody.
Okay.
And so lifters try and train with those same cues and know what that means from their coach. Oftentimes in the squat, they'll call the depth and call up or yep, something like that. And sometimes you'll hear coaches calling them down, 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 and then call them up. So a variety of different ways.
Okay. Tanner LePage is our next lifter. Tanner is also a referee and was on the Saskatchewan Provincial Association Board, Powerlifting Association Board for 4 years. He is opening at 220 or 484 pounds. Very compact squat. 2 to 1, it's a good lift. Might have been depth on one side.
I would say you got a depth call from the right side.
Yep. All right, Gage is up next. Gage is a 105 lifter, 230 kilos, 506 pounds for an opener. These are our open 105 and 120 lifters, I believe, they're all 105s and 120s. Yep, this is our 105, 120 group. And we have a 120 plus lifter. Gage with a good lift, 3 white lights. He's happy with his opener. Daniel Thrasher is up next with a 245 opener.
Lots of these lifters today are trying to hit qualifications to be able to go to nationals, to the 2025 National Championship coming up in Moose Jaw. There's goals outside of trying to win provincials, but also trying to qualify for different meets to be able to move on, maybe have a shot at some of the international teams.
So I'm going to ask you a question in regards to that. If you're at provincials, you're hoping to qualify for nationals. Nationals are 12 weeks out from this meet. What's that look like for a lifter in terms of a meet prep? Are they going to take a week off? Are they going to jump right back in? How does that look?
Probably depend on how the coach is feeling, what today is for. If it's just a test day, see how a regular training day, or if it's we're going to push and put up the biggest total we can, then maybe take a deload week, and then go into our prep for nationals, which is going to be fast, 3 months out.
Turnaround,
yeah.
Quick turnaround. That's why I was asking. Yeah.
So it'll be dependent on what the coach is looking at. For most of my lifters, it'll be a week off of the 3 compound movements, but still going to the gym and moving and doing something, some other stuff.
All right. Thomas is up 247.5 kilos. Nice straight up and down bar line. And 3 white lights for Thomas. We've had a good first set of openers here. Everybody looks like they're comfortable with the weight they've chosen. Weights are moving nicely. Dallas is up. Dallas is opening at 260 kilos. 572 pounds.
Come on, Dal.
You saw Dallas adjust his belt on the platform and do it up. In the rules, that's the only thing you can adjust on the platform is your belt. Everything else has to be done before you walk onto the lifting platform.
So you can't adjust sleeves, knees, nothing.
Yeah, wrist straps, nothing else, just your belt.
Just your belt. Good lift for Dallas. Our second last lifter for the first round of squats is coming up, Matt. Matt was at Westerns. He is opening at 262.5 kilos. He is a 120 lifter. I would assume, based on the fact that he was at Westerns in March, that he's using this as a qualifier for nationals.
I would assume so as well.
Come on, Matt. Still here.
Good lift for Matt, 3 white lights. Matt is a Bridge City Barbell Club lifter. And our last lift of the first round of squats, Russ Agnew, who is one of our meet directors this week.
One of our meet directors, former SPA board member, and is lifting equipped.
Russ is lifting as a 120 plus equipped lifter today. He is opening with a 275-pound squat. That is a 605-pound squat.
So you can see the difference in what Russ is wearing versus what some of the other lifters were wearing. Russ has knee wraps on, which provide extra compression around the knee, and he's also wearing a squat suit instead of just a singlet. And the squat suit gives more tightness and compression through the duration of the squat. A little bit harder to hit depth sometimes in the gear, so we'll see what this looks like.
And he's 2 white lights. It's a good lift. And the 1 red is for?
1 red's for depth,
Depth.
from the front. Yep.
And like you said, it's sometimes tough to hit depth when you're in all that gear.
Yeah, and then you add in the bulk of the lifter, and sometimes from the head chair it looks like they're not quite at depth, even though they may be from the side chairs. But Russ is good. And at this local meet at Provincials, there is no jury to do any sort of overturning. You go to international meets, there's also a jury full of 3 to 5 international referees that can overturn lifts on 2-to-1 lifts, or if there's a 5-man jury, they can actually overturn a 3 white lift or a 3 red lift.
And those juries often, if not always, have video replay as well.
They do, yeah. They have video replay on the table for them. So, just like lots of sports have video replay, this powerlifting is moving in that direction.
Overturn the ref's call, yeah. We see it everywhere now, don't we?
Yes, we do.
All right, this is Matthew's second lift, 177.5. Or sorry, 185. That was his opener, 177.5. And it's a good lift at 185. He's happy with that. And Steven is up at 192.5. Number of Bridge City barbell lifters in this category.
Home club.
Yep.
The club is also helping to run the meet today, or this weekend.
Makes sense that you have all of your lifters, encourage them to come out for this kind of meet.
And these meets don't run without volunteers.
Exactly. Yeah, we've mentioned that throughout the day, just the work of the volunteers, the various volunteers, whether it's the referees, whether it's the scoring table, the timers table, the registration table, people in the back, everyone. It just doesn't happen. The loaders, the platform crew. Little bit of a struggle finishing that out, but it's a nice lift. 3 white lights.
Just stuck a little bit, got a little sticky there in the top third, but was able to stay in his position and finish the squat.
And Caleb is up, attempting 195 for his second 10-kilo jump.
Let's go, Caleb. Let's go, Caleb.
Our platform crew is wearing the really nice 2024 Saskatchewan Powerlifting Association Provincial shirts with all of the sponsors on the back.
Again, a big thank you to all of our sponsors who do step up to support the sport and support our athletes.
like a good lift for Caleb. It is. 3 whites. We'll just mention some of the sponsors now while we have a moment. Our title or platinum sponsors, Sask Lotteries, Supplement King, Supplement World. Both of them have tables here today. Our gold sponsors, Blackthorn Events, are our host at this event. Mackey Physiotherapy and Inner Strength products for all your powerlifting equipment and needs. Our gold sponsors and our title platinum sponsors. This is Tristan, jumping 12.5 kilos to 220 kilos for his second attempt. Good lift. So far we are 100% on our lifts.
It's great to see.
Halfway through the second round.
Yeah. Good attempt selection by coaches and
That's
athletes.
what I was going to say. It's good attempt selection when you have that many successful lifts in a row. We have Landon attempting 222.5 for his second, a 10-kilo jump. He is a 105 lifter. Again, nice and smooth, and 3 white lights. Successful lift. Tanner is up next at 245 kilos. He is taking a 25-kilo jump. He is one of our 3 120 lifters. We have Russ as a 120-plus equipped lifter. We have 3 120 classic lifters. And then we have 8 105 lifters. So we have 8 105 lifters, 3 120s, and a 120-plus equipped lifter in this group. 12 in this flight. And Tanner is attempting 245 kilos. This is a 25-kilo jump.
It's a big jump, especially in classic lifting. Now, his opener was fast.
Boy, that was almost faster.
That looked really nice. The white lights.
Really quick, up and down. Good lift for Tanner. It'll be interesting to see what he puts on for his third.
Yeah, we might see another 25 based on how that moved.
That moved really quickly. All right, we got Gage up at 250 kilos, 550 pounds. We were talking earlier with Ryan about those magic numbers lifters tend to get into, the round numbers. 250, 200, 150. So we got Gage, 250, up and down. Little bit of a hesitation as he's coming out of the hole, but it was a good lift. Strength was there. And he's got a successful second lift. Daniel's next at 260 kilos, a 15-kilo jump for him. Once you get into these heavier weight classes, you'll see heavier jumps, though, too.
Yep, that's very true. The percentages can be a little more because oftentimes the top end number is a bigger number than the smaller weight classes. And so handling on 250 kilos, a 5% jump is
12 and a
different.
half kilos,
12 and a half
yeah.
versus, on 100 kilos, a 5% jump
Exactly.
is only 5 kilos. So
Solid.
Daniel with his second.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Again, successful lift. We are moving right along here with everybody being successful at first and seconds. We have 4 lifters with their second attempts left. Thomas has chosen to go up 15 kilos to 262.5.
Thomas, also a former SPA board member.
Oh, Okay. And I believe a current Bridge City Barbell club member.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Three white lights.
Three lights.
Yeah, good. I thought there might have been a question about depth, but no, he must.
Yeah, he just hit it perfectly
Yep.
for the refs, what
Yep.
they wanted to see.
And of course, the refs have a better angle than we do from here. So
We've got a few things in the way and some bodies.
we have bodies and weights and everything in the way. Matt is up next. Matt has chosen a 15-kilo jump as well to 277.5 kilos. He is one of our 3 120 lifters.
I believe Matt's currently sitting in first in the 120 kilo class.
He is. Yeah, and this is a 608, 609 kilo lift. 610. Probably closer to 610. Good lift for Matt. 3 white lights. He's got a little more in the tank.
Yep.
And our equipped lifter, Russ, is going to add 2.5 kilos to the bar, 277.5. Or are we getting a change here?
I'm guessing Russ is just taking one squat and then
just
going
gonna
to time these.
Time place so that the other lifters get them 1 minute.
That's right. Instead of passing, he'll time it out, give them a rest,
Sure.
so he doesn't shorten the meet for them.
So that's a courtesy lifters provide if they're not going to take a second or third attempt. You don't want to shorten that rest period for the other lifters.
That's right. I see Russ across the way.
He's already out of his gear already.
so
Wow, that was fast.
he is just going to take one. It's hard to be the meet director.
I'm guessing he might take one for each attempt.
He might just to get a meet
Qualify?
on the just get a qualified total on the board. And I've been there, lifted while being meet director, and it's a lot of work, extra work.
I can't imagine doing both at the same time on the same day.
So good on him.
Yeah.
And in full gear.
And in full gear, not even classic equipped.
No.
That's crazy. All right, we will time out here soon, and then we will have our last lifter. Dallas will be attempting 280 kilos. That's a 20-kilo jump for him. And he will be the last lifter in this second round of squats. And we are just waiting for the timeout.
The loaders can't do anything until the time is expired, because in theory, even though Russ has said he's passing,
he could walk up.
It's still his bar to
Sure.
take. So they have to wait till the time is up, and then they can load the bar for the next lifter. Just sorting through the lights, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty. It's one thing in the last, I've been around the sport for a very long time. The technology we use in the strength sport world now is, you can't run a meet without it almost.
But you used to in the old days.
Oh, you used to have chalkboards?
And flags.
Flags.
Flags and
That's-
chalkboards.
That's right.
Yeah. Let's go back to that.
Yeah.
No, let's not.
No, it's not.
Let's not. All right, Dallas is up, 280 kilos. Second attempt, the last attempt in the second round.
Although I don't know about South Africa this year, because you were down there for Master Worlds.
They had the
and
same
Commonwealths.
they had technology, but it was wonky at times too.
Yeah, and in Malta, the Junior World Championship this year, I was there as the head coach of Team Canada, and we did lose power
Oh my
for
goodness.
about 40 minutes one afternoon. So it would have been nice to have a chalkboard.
It would have been. You could have kept going.
That's right.
I know that the at Worlds in South Africa, Masters Worlds, they kept the flags and we used them occasionally.
Yeah,
When there was a glitch, they would go straight to the flags.
when the Wi-Fi went down.
Yep. Oh. Good lift for Dallas. He's got to be happy with that. 280 kilos. And that is the end of our second round. Matthew is up. He's getting ready.
So except for Russ passing, I think we were clean.
We're
through that
100%.
round too. Yeah.
We are 100%. I don't really count a pass as a
no,
fail.
no. It's a red on the scoreboard.
It is a red on
but
the scoreboard.
But he didn't miss the weight.
Didn't miss the weight. 197.5 kilos for Matthew. Just under 440 pounds. 435 pounds for Matthew for his third and final squat. He's got the color-coordinated gear.
He is fully matching.
Yeah, he is matching. I'm a little colorblind. I think it's lime green,
Looks,
right?
yeah, that's what it looks like.
Black and lime green. Matthew's third attempt. Grinds it out. Let's see if he gets it from the judges. From the refs, he does. Excuse me. 3 whites from the refs. He's got to be happy. That was a good third attempt choice.
That was really good, yeah. I'm not sure if he had 2.5 more.
He might not have had 2.5 more in him, no.
You want to push your athletes in your third attempts.
Some days they'll get it. And
that's with weights that are, in the top end range, and ideally some PRs.
Hopefully, yep.
Maybe we'll see some provincial records broken today. I'm not sure.
We've had some earlier today. Hopefully we'll see some this evening. Stephen with his second and even 200 kilos, 440 pounds. We saw a number of provincial records broken this morning and 3 national records.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So it's been a good day for some individual lifters as far as records. And of course, it's always fun for the spectators to watch that. Not quite. He was headed back up.
Yeah, kind of stalled out. I think that white is a miss.
That's got to be.
It's just an error on the referees.
I want that white when I do that.
That's right. Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, definitely a missed tap on the on the pad.
Yeah.
So no lift for Stephen on his third. Caleb is attempting his third at 202.5 kilos. 446 pounds.
You see every lifter do something different when they approach the bar. Everybody has a little their own idiosyncrasy of how they want to approach the bar. Caleb checked out both sides, make sure the bar was loaded correctly.
Superstitions, little things you got to do. It's kind of a routine.
That's right. So every rep is the same, whether you're in the gym or you're on the platform at a meet.
Replicate the same process every time. Good grind. We'll have to see if he made depth. He did.
Yeah, 3 whites.
Yep, 3 white lights.
Excited.
And Caleb with the Kirk Cousins, you like that?
Yep, he was very excited. I'm guessing he's still celebrating, and I'm assuming that's probably a PR of some sort.
Got to be a PR for him. Tristan is up next. 230 kilos for his third attempt, a 10-kilo jump. Tristan is one of our 8-105 lifters out of Bridge City Barbell Club.
Currently sitting in 5th. I know we're early, but it is at the end of the day, it's a sport, and we're competing against each other.
Yep. And even at the end of squats.
That's right.
I mean, we're talking about placement, and some people may have bigger benches, bigger deadlifts. Some people with big squats, you want to get that lead early. Oh, boy.
Caught that in the middle. We'll
He
see
did
if there
catch
was
it.
any downward. No, referees are happy
And
with
he
it.
got that with another very happy lifter.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got to be happy when you grind those out when you think it might be going the other way.
That's right. That's why you always finish your lifts. Teach your athletes always finish the lift, regardless of if you think there was something went wrong in the middle of it. The referees need to make that call.
Let the referees make that
That's
call.
right.
Don't do it on your own. All right, we've got Landon up. Landon is attempting a 12.5-kilo jump, 235 kilos, 517 pounds. Got it about halfway back up, and then he got stalled out.
It's not quite there today.
Not quite there. I want to ask you a question because I know you know this answer. When we get to, I think it's the magic number is 500 pounds, then we go to 5 spotters, correct?
Yeah, so there's actually nothing in the rule book that says you have to go to 5, but the typical standard thing would be at 4 reds or 500 pounds, 225 kilos. You go to 5 spotters just to keep the lifter safe
Okay.
and make it
So there's
easy.
nothing in the rules that
Nothing,
says it.
no,
It's
nothing
just a
in the
standard
rules.
practice.
It's just standard practice.
Okay.
Yeah. So even at Worlds, you'll see up
Sure.
to 225. It'll be 3 spotters, and then over that, they'll go to 5. The most you can have is 5. You cannot have
Right.
more than that on the platform.
Gage is attempting 260. It was slow, but it was a steady ascend. And he's got the 3 white lights. A good lift at 260 kilos. All right, Tanner is one of our 3 120 lifters. He is currently in second place. He's making a 25 kilo jump. You called it. Another 25 kilo jump.
So those are 2 big jumps.
Those are 2 very big. That's 110 pounds over 2 jumps.
Yeah.
Wow.
So his opener probably was just
to get a
do it.
number.
That's right.
Just to get a number on the board.
I don't remember the last time Tanner lifted in a meet, so he might just be getting a total put together, same thing, to try and qualify him for nationals. He typically was an equipped lifter, lifted at the Junior Worlds in 2019 in Regina. Lifting classic today.
270 kilos. 594 pounds. I mean, that almost went as fast as the second and the first. That's just crazy. He did get 1 call
2
on
to
depth
1 looks like for depth. Yep.
on the one side, but he's got 2 whites and he's got a good third lift.
So he made up a lot of ground in the total with that 50 kilos
He
from his
made up
opener.
a lot of ground. Yeah.
Let's go.
He is currently in second place, but he made up literally 30 to 40 kilos
Yeah.
on those 2 jumps. Daniel here with 272.5 kilos, 12.5 kilo jump.
Tight setup.
I believe Daniel is just recently an open lifter. He was a junior just recently, a couple years ago.
Yeah, I think he's just a year or 2 into open.
Nice and slow, but steady. And 3 white lights for Daniel. He's happy. He likes that. All right, Thomas is also making a big jump, a 12.5 kilo jump to 275 kilos, 605 pounds. We are going to see a number of big lifts today. We have, like as I mentioned, the open 105, 120s, and Russ in the 120 plus equipped category.
All right, Tommy, let's go to work. Tight setup. Come on now. Everything tight, come on.
Good lift. Thomas is really happy with that. Maybe that's a new goal for him, 600 pounds,
It might
605
be.
pounds.
Yep.
Those thresholds tend to
They
be
are.
lifters tend to like numbers.
Yes, they do.
And they tend to like round numbers.
Yes. And you see lots of, especially Canadian lifters, have goals in both kilos and pounds.
Yes.
Because oftentimes gyms have both. They may train in pounds in one training center. They may train in kilos somewhere else. So sometimes they'll have both sets of goals. Whereas you go to Europe, lots of the lifters over there, they don't.
Strictly
pounds
kilos.
it's not a thing. And
You won't even find them in the gym. The weights
no,
in the gym.
no, they're all kilos.
They're all kilos.
And in the U.S., it's the other way. It's
90%
all pounds.
the other way.
Yeah.
It's all pounds. The gym I lift in does have calibrated plates and a comp setup, which is really nice because everything else in the gym is pounds.
Yeah,
But
so that's
there's
nice
one
that there's
corner
one
that is
plate. Yeah,
set up for
one
that.
set.
There's Matt with 287, a 10 kilo jump for him, and it looks good. It is. That is a 287.5 third attempt, successful.
Sitting in first place in the 120s, coming out of squats with opener, bench, and deadlift on the total. So I think we're going to see some battles today.
I think we are going to see some battles for the podium for sure, and placement on the podium.
Absolutely.
Dallas is up. Dallas has chosen to jump 10 kilos. Probably smart. I mean, 280 moved well, but it was work.
It was work, yep.
So it's a 10 kilo jump for him to 290. This is 638 pounds. And this would keep Dallas in first place in our 105 class.
Not today. Good catch by the spotters.
Seemed to lose a little bit of his core bracing at the bottom.
Tried to use his speed
To bounce out.
and I think he just maybe misgrooved it, mistimed the ascent of the squat, but
Still in first place, but only by 5 kilos now.
okay.
So
And he's definitely got the strength to do that.
the strength is there. Yep. He is currently in first place, 5 kilos ahead of Thomas in our 105 category. Russ has thrown another number up on the board.
Yeah, so
Pretty sure to be a placeholder.
yeah, so if he put a second attempt in at 277.5, and then that timed out, so he didn't actually pass the weight. So there's no rule that says he can't put another attempt in and then time it out, because he could. There is times where lifters might time out a second and then come out on their third because they know they only have 2 attempts.
Right, and they're conserving energy.
So they conserve that second attempt energy, and even though we saw Russ taping down some of the tape platform, we know he's not coming out, but that is a strategy some lifters will use. So he is able to put a second attempt or a third attempt in and time it out as well if he so chooses.
So he does with this. If he doesn't put anything in, will they put another 2.5 on the board?
So if he didn't put anything in after timing out
Right.
his second, the standard practice would be that it would be a scratch,
And you move on to the
there
next
would
lifter.
just be moved on. They wouldn't time it out.
So and again, he's doing this as a courtesy to the other lifters.
Yes.
Okay.
So they get that extra full minute of rest time. And there are lifters and coaches who will do that, and there are sometimes in bigger meets where it is a competition, sometimes you don't do that because you want to take advantage of your the competition aspect of it, and that you don't want to give your opponents the extra minute of rest.
Correct. We are moving on to our next flight. We are in our 93 and 83s and 66 open category. We have a couple of juniors. We also have one 120 as well. We have a small flight. I think it's just 1, 2, 3, 10 lifters.
So Aaron's coming up. Aaron is a Special Olympics lifter, but lifting Special O's lifts tomorrow. So I'm wondering if he's
lifting in the open category.
In the open category.
I think he is.
He's just pointing at me right now. So that's great when you see those Special Olympic lifters get to the point of their strength where they are able to lift in the open category and be competitive. And Aaron is a strong dude.
That's awesome. He's opening with 160 kilos for his squat.
Yeah, he has actually been to the Special Olympics World Games with head coach Jeff Butt, and did very well there. So he is a strong lifter. So it's great to see that he's lifting in the open. That's my assumption here.
All right, here we go. Aaron, first squat attempt, 160 kilos. Looks good, and first successful lift. It's good for Aaron. And he's happy with that.
He will always be happy with his attempts.
He should be happy. That's a very good opener.
Absolutely.
All right, Ryan is up. He is our 66 kilo lifter. He's our only 66 kilo open lifter, opening at 185 kilos for a squat. That's a big opener. That's a 407 opener for a 66 kilo lifter. Good lift for Ryan. He's got his first squat on the board. Hansen is our next lifter. He is a junior 93 lifter. He'll be opening at 190. He is our only junior 90. No, we have two junior 93s. I stand corrected. We have two junior 93s. We have some open 93s. We have two open 83s. One a junior, one an open lifter. And then we have a 66 and a 120 lifter. So we have a variety in this group. Hansen opening at 190.
So you can see we've gone down to 3 spotters because we're below that 225 number.
Oh, deep
Very
in the
nice.
hole. He's touching his butt to his heels. There's no question about depth. And it's a good first lift for Hansen. Gavin is opening up as a junior 83 at 195 kilos.
Our junior lifters are January 1st of the year they turn 19. This is the first day of a junior. And it goes until December 31st of the year you turn 23.
So you're allowed to be 23?
So you're allowed to be 23.
Okay, for that year. And
For
then,
that year,
gotcha.
yeah. And then it's January 1st of the year you turn 24 is your first day as an open.
Gotcha. So 5 years as a 23 or as a junior?
Yes.
Gotcha.
So anybody born in the year 2000, this is their last year as a junior.
That's correct.
When I figured that out this year, it did not make me feel young anymore.
Wait until you can talk to people about what happened in the 70s.
That's right.
Just wait.
That's right.
Ryan McCauley's up next. 200 kilos for an opener. He is an 83 open lifter. He is our only 83 open lifter. 440 pounds.
Again, the age category for open is anyone who is January 1st of the year you turn 24 up until December 31st of the year you turn 39. That is open. Now, juniors are actually allowed to lift open, and Master 1 and Master 2 lifters are allowed to move down and lift open.
Master 2 as well. I thought it was just man
no,
ones.
Master 1 and 2.
Okay, 2s as well. Okay.
Master 3 and 4
Are not.
and sub-juniors are not allowed to lift in the open
And that's to
category.
keep it competitive, because what could happen is you could have a lifter who's an M3 who's a good lifter, don't get me wrong, from a country that maybe doesn't have a good roster of lifters, could
that's
go to
right.
Worlds
Could go
as the
to-
open
yeah.
lifter. And
Yeah.
that doesn't make for a competitive event.
Correct. That's the reason the IPF put that in place. At local meets, you could probably argue that it doesn't really matter,
Right.
but then you might as well just lift as an M3 or an M4.
Exactly. I mean, I'm an M3 lifter, and I can only think of one or two individuals on the planet that would, as an M3, would even be competitive as open lifters.
Right. Yeah.
It just doesn't happen at that
Yeah.
age. Derek with a deep squat into the hole, an opener of 207.5. I have a connection to Derek that he is not aware of.
Oh, what's
He is
that?
my sister-in-law's cousin.
There you
And I
go.
just found that out. I did not know that until my brother told me that.
The world is very small sometimes.
It is small. He is my sister-in-law's cousin.
There you go.
First cousin. So my brother told me to watch for him today.
Yep.
So
Had a good opener squat.
good opener, 207.5. Nick is also opening at 207.5. Our most competitive group in this particular flight will be our 93 open lifters. We have 4 93 open lifters. And Nick attempting 207.5 as well. Looks like a good lift, 3 whites. There's some confusion in the back here.
Sounded like maybe they didn't have the right rack height for Daniel.
Oh, that's what it was. Yep. Just resetting the rack height.
Platform manager Noah came over there. You can see him.
He caught that.
He caught that.
Yep.
He actually just competed at the Open World Championship in Iceland.
Oh, that's right.
A week ago.
That's right. That's right. He was one of the open lifters
yes. So that's the sport. You finish Worlds and you come home and you volunteer on the platform of Provincials.
Spot and load.
That's right.
That's right. That's the way it should be done. Daniel is attempting 225 for his opener, 495 pounds. That's that magic number, which you said anything higher, they would use 5 spotters.
Yep, and they're just calling for the 5th spotters
Right
there.
there.
There we go. And you see Daniel is not wearing knee sleeves, and talked to Daniel about that, and he just prefers to squat with no knee sleeves.
Boy.
You are allowed to do that. There's nothing that says you have to wear knee sleeves.
Right.
The vast majority of classic lifters will wear them.
I can tell you as an M3 lifter, I'm not doing without them.
I believe it. You know, we used to squat and train when before knee sleeves were even a thing, and you didn't think anything of it.
I can tell you that back in the 80s, we used to train with tensor bandages and called them wraps.
That's right.
Back in the old days.
That's right.
They were useless, but we didn't know that.
No. The sport has changed a
evolved.
lot in 30 plus years.
The equipment advances alone, yeah. And the belts we wore were so flimsy back then.
Yeah. The old weightlifting belt or the
gosh,
bodybuilding belt.
Yeah, gosh, they were terrible. All right, Jake is opening with a big 260 kilo opener for a 93 open lifter. A 572 pound opener. Nice and smooth up and down. 3 white lights. And our last lifter is Theron. Theron is our last lifter in this first round of squats in this flight. And he is also opening with 260 kilos. He is a 93 junior lifter. This is a big number for a 93 junior.
You can see his coach in the screen there, Danny in the white shirt. He had to stop there because that's the end of the coaching box. And as a coach, you're not allowed to go any closer to the platform than that mark on the floor.
I'm actually happy it's an actual full box and not just a piece of tape.
Yes, it does make it nicer to know where you can go and where you can't go.
Nice up and down.
Very easy opening squat.
Very easy opener. 3 white lights for him, and our first round of squats is complete. The reason I like the full box is because not to criticize anyone, but some coaches that get really enthusiastic in the coaching box tend to forget where the line is.
Yes, that's very true. And they're wandering all over.
Sometimes that happens. All right, we're into our second round of squats. And Aaron will be attempting 172.5 kilos. That's a 12.5 kilo jump for him. But based on his first attempt, it's very doable. His first opener, his first lift looked very comfortable.
Very easy.
£379, 172.5 kilos. Nice and slow, but nice and smooth.
Aaron's
And
really good positioning too. He's very upright. He squats to depth all the time.
He's really got good technique.
Yep.
Nice lift. Ryan is our second lifter in this round. He's making a 10 kilo jump to 195 kilos. He's our only 66 kilo lifter. change in rack height. Good lift for Ryan. 3 white lights. He can build it off of that. And I'm guessing probably add 5,
I would
7.5
think
kilos.
5, yeah. 5 would be pretty safe. 7.5 to push. I don't know what his PR is, but
5 would be an even. Oh, he went for an even 5, 200 kilos.
there you go.
There you go.
there's that round number again.
There's that round
200,
number that
yep.
people love. Hansen is up. He's attempting 205 kilos. Hansen has got the sneakers, the flats.
Okay, so you'll see lifters squatting in flats or heels typically, so a heeled squat shoe. Lots of it depends on hip mobility, ankle mobility, what you prefer. There's no right or wrong.
I do see, though, generally younger lifters will wear flats and older lifters tend to lean towards
Yeah.
the heels. And that's, as you pointed out, for me, personally, it's an ankle-heel mobility issue.
Yeah, so it helps. The heel allows you to hit depth a little bit easier.
Exactly.
It's kind of like lots of people in over the years in gyms have squatted with their heels up on plates. Right? That used to be a thing you'd see in lots of bodybuilding videos.
Yes.
And that's to allow for that flexibility and that ability to hit depth and get deep in the squat.
And now we see Gavin up at 205 as well, and he does have the elevated lifting shoes, the heels.
And some people just prefer the stability of the heel and the solid surface that you're squatting on versus in the flat where you've got a little bit of movement that might happen.
Sponginess in the shoe, yeah.
So it is totally personal preference.
Gavin was a good lift at 205. Gavin is our 83 junior, our only 83 junior in this flight. And Ryan is our only 83 open lifter, attempting 212.5 for a second lift, a 12.5 kilo jump. Nice and deep. And good bounce out of the hole.
Easy second attempt.
Easy second attempt. 3 white lights for Ryan. Derek is up. Derek has taken a 10 kilo jump to 217.5 kilos.
So you can see in your screen sometimes when we're on the side view, there's a referee that comes into view. That referee is called the technical controller. So there's actually 4 referees that are working each session. 3 platform referees sitting in the chairs giving the lights, and then 1 TC who controls the flow of lifters in and out. They check for equipment, make sure they're wearing appropriate equipment. Don't let you come to the bar before your bar has been called loaded, those types of things.
Yeah, I think that role is underestimated. There's a lot of stuff going on that person controls.
There is, yeah. They often will catch things that, like if you don't have your deadlift socks on, to allow you to get out there. Hey, you don't have your socks on, so give you time to go get your socks on before a deadlift, so you don't miss an attempt because of something that you've just forgotten about.
Derek with a good second attempt at 217.5. Interesting to see what he puts in for his third. Nick is up.
It was an easy second too. So.
Yeah, it was an easy second. Nick is up at 220. It's a 12.5 kilo jump. He is currently in 3rd place in our 93 open category. This lift would keep him in third, but would bring him within 5 kilos of second place. Bit of a grind, but good lift.
One red, I think, for depth
for
from the
depth.
far side. Yep.
One red for depth.
But 2-1, we'll take it.
Yep. Derek did add 10 kilos. He is going to try for the magic 500 number.
Yep.
Daniel is up next. Daniel is our second place 93 open lifter. He is adding 10 kilos to his lift, 235 kilos for his second attempt. We've now moved up to where we will have 5 spotters again.
The spotters are there just to keep the lifter safe, make sure everybody can walk away from here, and if you do miss something, catch it and help you back to the rack.
3 whites for Daniel. Good second lift. He's feeling good about that. I believe that's his dad coach.
It is, yep.
All right, 2 more lifters in their second round. Jake is going to be adding 12.5 kilos to his first attempt, a 272.5 total for his second. He is our 93 open leader at the moment. He is looking to add to build on that lead.
Coaches are trying to get every kilo out of their lifters through the squat and the bench. And then it comes down to the deadlift, where you may have to load something on your third attempt for a placing position.
That was a grind. It's a good lift. There might not be a lot more in the tank for the third.
I'd be worried another 2.5 might not get through that sticky point.
I mean, that's the minimum you can add, but that might be too much. We'll have to see what happens on his third. Theron is wrapping up our second round again with his second attempt, also at 272.5 kilos. He is a 93 junior. And this is a magic number. It's a 600-pound lift. That did not look like a second lift.
Oh, that looked really nice.
That did not look like a second attempt. That was a good second attempt.
It's interesting to see. I'm not sure what the provincial record is, but it's got to be getting close to something.
Yeah, I would think
there.
it's close for a 93 junior. I'll have to see what he puts in for his third.
So we've got a non-multiple of 2.5 coming up for Aaron. 186.
Must be a provincial record.
I'm guessing that this is a special record,
Olympics record,
but he shouldn't. Yeah, I'm not sure he should actually be able to take 186 if he's lifting in the open.
Ah, okay. There might
So
be
that might have to be. We might have to look at that at the break and find some clarification on that, because you can only take the record in the category.
That's what I was thinking too.
Because the record counts towards your total, and not every athlete can go for the Special Olympic record.
Right. Might be a little bit of an issue on depth there. We'll have to see.
2-1.
Just the one
Yep.
on the one side, but 2-1, a good lift. He's got to be happy with that. So we will find out after this flight whether or not that applies to a Special Olympic record, provincial record or not.
Or what's up? Maybe something happened that he can't lift tomorrow, so he has to lift today, and I'm not sure.
That could be it too.
We'll get some clarification on that in the break.
Sure. Ryan is up. Ryan's attempting an even 200 kilos for his third attempt. This is 3 times his body weight.
It's a big squat.
That is a big squat. For a
That's that's the deceptive thing about especially the lightweight classes. Like there are some strong people in the
almost.
in the province. That was close. And even though the actual weight doesn't seem like that much when you put it in the percentage of their body weight, it's a big squat.
I mean, you think of a 66 lifter lifting 200 kilos. A 120 lifter would have to lift
360
kilos.
approximately,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, like pound for pound, you have to always look at the weight class of the lifter versus what the weight is on the bar.
All right, we have Gavin up next. Gavin is added 5 to his last attempt. He will be attempting 210 kilos. Apparently, we have a wrong rack height. Just going to adjust that.
So when that happens, if it's a spotter loader error, then he should get a new clock, a new 1 minute. If it's an entered error that he entered the wrong one, then that's got to come out of your minute.
Okay, comes out of the time that you use.
So you can adjust the racks and get the spotters to do that, but it comes out of your time. But I'm guessing being this is his third attempt, it probably was just a spotter loader error.
Not quite.
It's not there today.
Hansen is up next. He's jumping 7.5 kilos to 212.5 for his third. We had 2 rounds of successful squats before we started seeing any failed squats.
Yeah, third attempt is likely where you should start to see some failed misses. Right, you're pushing weights that maybe are in the PR territory and stuff you've never moved before.
Good selections. First and second rounds. Third round, like you said, reach a little bit. Might be a PR, might be a provincial record. Might be a particular number you want to hit to add to a certain total.
That's right.
Again, very deep, but he came out of that fairly comfortably.
Yeah, there's been no issue with depth from him.
No. And a good third attempt.
Yep.
Hansen successful at 212.5. Ryan is attempting 220 for his final and third attempt, a 7.5 kilo jump. We are moving along. It is 7 o'clock, and we are finishing up our squats for this flight. We have 6 lifters left in this opening flight of squats. Another deep squatter that comes out of the hole very nicely. And a good lift.
Moved very well for a third
lift
attempt.
For Ryan. Good third attempt. Derek's added 10 kilos to his total squat third attempt. He's attempting 227.5 kilos, which is a magic number in imperial pounds. We are looking at 501 pounds.
Just pushes him over the 500-pound mark.
Go, Derek. Come on now.
Derek is a Bridge City Barbell Club member, I believe.
Yep, that is correct.
Come on, Derek. Let's go.
Slow but steady. And he got it, 2 to 1, 1 on depth. I mean, the depth looked okay on this side, so it might have been the other side?
Yeah, it was the other side. Or no, sorry, it was this side.
It was this side.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is right, but called high.
I'll ask this question because maybe people watching will ask too. Our side refs are sitting in a different position for this particular session. What's the reason for that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Typically, side refs are sitting at the foot of the platform, like at the bottom, and the head ref sitting at the top for squat. and for bench.
Do they feel maybe they have a better angle?
They might, especially when you get 5 spotters. Sometimes it can become hard to see when you're at the back of the lift, but oftentimes it's easier to see the depth from the back versus the front. So it just depends. It is a little bit of personal preference.
Right.
There's no rule that says where they must sit. There's preferred. The IPF definitely prefers them to sit at the back or at the foot.
And Nick grinds that one out at 501 pounds.
It's a good squat.
He's happy with that third squat. Could it be also in terms of we have a situation here where we have spotters that are vastly different sizes? Might just be harder to see from the back.
Yeah, they get in the way.
Yep. Big spotters get in the way.
That's right.
There's nothing you can do about that.
There's nothing you can do.
All right.
It is sometimes easier to see from the front when
Sure.
there's the big spotters or big bodies in the
Or
way.
at the back. Yeah. Daniel has added 7.5 to his final attempt. His third attempt is 242.5 kilos. Daniel is in second place in our 93 open category. And a good lift. 3 for 3 for Daniel. And our last squat of this flight, Theron has chosen to go up 7.5 kilos to 280.
We still got Jake.
Sorry, Jake. Jake has added 2.5. If I remember correctly, his second attempt was a bit of a grind.
Yep.
He's added the bare minimum. We'll see if he can put this on to his third attempt squat. And Jake is currently in first place. So this is just adding to that
Just
lead.
add a few kilos to the lead. Not quite. Came out of the hole well with it.
He did. I wonder if that's also partly mental because he knows he has the lead.
Could be, yep. Yeah, you never know what mental games
Right.
get played in your own head and in the heads of your competitors as you're trying to battle for the title of provincial champion.
All right, now we have our last lifter, our 93 junior. Our second 93 junior. We have two 93 juniors. Theron is currently leading that category, and he's added 7.5 kilos to his second attempt for a 280 kilo attempt for his third. 272.5 moved relatively comfortably.
Did. We'll see what he can do with 280.
This is a 616 pound squat.
Come on, Derek.
Kicked him a little bit in the hole, but he came out of it really well.
Grinded that out. Grinded that. 3 white lights and a nice way to finish the squat flight. We will be starting our next flight very quickly.
So we will take a 10-minute break in between the squats and the bench press.
That's a quick break.
That's a quick break.
I could use an hour break.
That's right, yes. It's been a long day.
Yes, we will be back in 10 minutes. All right, we are back for our bench session, our first flight of the evening, and our first lifter. Russ Agnew's attempting 75 kilos. Now he is lifting as an equipped lifter. He is not currently in an equipped bench press shirt. You want to explain what he's doing and how that works?
So I think he's just putting together a total, putting some attempts in, have some fun.
Just enjoying the meat because as a
that's
director,
right.
it would just be too tough to put 9 lifts in.
That's right. And I mean, putting the bench shirt on is just more added stress.
And it might be simply he just needs a number to total for a qualifier.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
to go to a higher level, maybe regionals
that's right,
or something.
Regionals or nationals, yeah.
So Russ is successful on his opener at 75. He has put in 195 for his second. So,
Okay,
he must be putting the shirt on for
Maybe
his
he's putting
second.
the shirt on for a second. Yeah, just he wanted to get in the meat. And that is the gamble when you are in the gear. Sometimes the shirts are tight and you don't know if you can even touch your chest.
And
so,
that's a very unique thing to equipped bench pressing versus classic bench pressing is the issue might not be whether you can lift it, it's whether you can touch to your chest.
That's right, because of the tightness of the shirt. And it's a fine line between how much weight you can press versus how much weight you need to touch your chest.
And I have seen this before where equipped benchers will take an opener, classic bench press, a low number, simply to qualify, make sure they've got it for the meet, and then they can take 2 attempts within
That's
the
right.
shirt.
Yeah. So that's probably Russ is in the back right now putting a shirt on, assuming that he's going to actually come out and do 195.
We have got Steven was successful at 112 kilos for his opener, 112 and a half kilos. Matthew's attempting 120 for his opener. And he is successful. Caleb will be opening at 125, 275 pounds.
Bench, you can, as a lifter, decide if you want to have a handoff or not from the spotter. In Caleb's case, he took a self handoff and just took the weight himself. But some people will want a spotter to pass the weight out to them. There's advantages and disadvantages to both. What do you do, Mark? Do you take a lift off?
I do take a lift off. I do not take a lift off when I train, except probably the last 4 weeks. I'll start accepting lift offs as I get ready for a meet.
Yeah.
But I do like a lift off during meets.
Saves a little bit of energy, but it can get you a little bit out of position too if you're not used to getting a lift off from somebody else.
And that, to me, that's the downside for some people is if they have a kind of a unique setup, a lifter's or a spotter's not going to know that and not be able to help them with that. My setup is very basic.
Yeah, lay down and hit your arch and away you go.
Lift the weight.
But yeah, some of them are very complex and convoluted, and they take a lot to explain to a spotter or to a lift-off person. And some people just never get one in the gym, so don't take one in a meet.
Right, and that's the other thing is if they're not comfortable with one ever at a gym and they never use one in the gym, they don't like to change that up once the meet comes.
Yeah, because it's another variable that it's out of my control now. So
right.
Again, no right or wrong to it.
Nope.
I can argue both sides of it. I encourage all my lifters to take a lift off because let's save as much energy as we possibly
Especially
can.
as you're reaching for bigger weights and you're going for PRs or records.
Yeah.
Any little bit to take that edge off in terms of the amount of weight you have to lift is going to help.
That's right.
We have Thomas attempting 140. Landon was successful at 130. Thomas is attempting 140 kilos, 308 pounds for his opener.
So from the bench, there is 3 commands. Once you take the bar off and you're motionless, holding the bar at arm's length, the head referee gives you a start command. Bar is lowered to your chest. You must touch your chest, be motionless with a visible pause, at which point in time the referee gives a press command. And then once you have reached full extension or full lockout with your arms and the bar is still under control, you get a rack command.
Gage is attempting 140 as well. Looks like a good lift for Gage. It is. Both Thomas and Gage were successful at 140 kilos. The bench press is probably the most technical of all of the 3 lifts, and also in terms of just the commands, there's just so many things that can go wrong.
There's a lot to think about when you're trying to lay down an exercise.
Tristan is opening at 145.
But the bench is also probably the one movement that anybody who goes to the gym is doing, so can relate to it.
That's true. It is the one thing that people relate to. The old adage is nobody goes around asking what's your best squat. They ask what's your biggest bench.
That's right. Yeah. So I'm going to say Tanner's not going to take 25 kilo increases on his bench like he did with his squat.
That's a safe bet.
Well, but maybe
Maybe,
he will.
maybe not.
You never know.
He is going to open at 150. That's 330 pounds. He might take 10 or 15 kilo
10 or
jumps.
15, yeah.
He very well could take 10, 15 kilo jumps, but he is going to open at 150.
But 25 in the bench is a big jump.
That is a massive jump. Even for 120 lifter, 120 plus
yeah,
lifter, it's
absolutely.
a big jump. A 25 kilo jump off of a 150 opener would be a 17% jump.
It's a big percentage.
It's a big jump.
Well,
As
you
fast as
never
that
know.
moved,
Maybe,
now we're in
maybe
trouble.
we will.
Now we're both in trouble because we
That's
said
right.
it.
I kind of hope he proves us wrong and does do a 25K
Yeah, I would love to
jump.
see it.
That would be great.
Very fast, successful opener. I'm so curious to see what he puts for a second now.
We could just slide his attempt card in for him.
Yeah, we
We could
could.
tell him we'll call his numbers.
Tanner is over to our right here, putting in as a second attempt. We'll know that momentarily. Up next is Dallas. Dallas is also opening at 150 kilos.
Giving a little instruction to the liftoff man, Dustin. Probably that he was coming through the head of the bench.
That's what-
didn't
that's-
really want to hit Dustin.
That is the one thing I do have to let my spotter know.
Yeah.
Is I do swing back before I set up. Very nice and smooth. I have had Dustin before as a spotter. He's excellent.
He is. It is a skill to be a good liftoff person.
It is. Oh. Little glitch with putting in second attempts, so we're waiting on Tanner's. Dallas was successful at 150, and Matt is opening at 162.5 kilos. That is a 357, 358 pound opener.
So we got a little bit of technical difficulty, but a good loading crew will be able to push through at least a lifter or two. If they know what the weight is, they can do the math manually.
Are you sure?
Well, some of them can.
I'm completely kidding. Our loaders are excellent today. They've been great.
But some who never train in kilograms, it's hard.
If that could be, yes. All right, we got Matt up at 162.5 kilos. Tanner has proved us wrong. 12.5 kilo jump.
Okay, well, half of the 25.
That's still a good jump.
Yeah, it is.
Successful opener for Matt. And our last bench press of this first round, Daniel will be attempting 170 kilos, 374 pounds.
Do you have a preferred lift, Mark?
Do you know what? I'm probably like a lot of lifters, whichever lift is going well at the moment. But I will say this past year, squats have become my favorite lift, and they were the most hated lift previously.
Yeah.
But because it's been such a good year in squats,
It does make a difference, doesn't it?
I love doing squats now. I really do believe it's which one is going well at the
Yeah,
moment.
that is very true. And the one that's not going well is the one you hate.
Currently deadlifts.
Yeah.
That's true. When my back doesn't like me, my deadlifts don't like me.
Yep, that's fair. Something that all lifters have to deal with.
Oh.
All athletes in any sport really is injuries and tweaks and your body complaining a little bit.
Steven is our opening second round bench. He has added 5 kilos. He'll be benching 117.5 kilos for his second attempt. Possibly a butt lift. Oh, just the one.
Yeah,
One side.
a yellow card from the side. So the yellow outline on the red circle tells you what the card number is, and that helps as a coach you to know what the mistake was or what the referee saw. So a yellow could have been a butt lift, could have been foot movement, could have been a head lift, could have been beating the commands. It's kind of the catch-all
Yes.
for everything.
We have Matthew up, attempting 125. Good lift for Matthew. Caleb with his second at 130 kilos. Lifters are making what I would say smart, conservative jumps, 5 kilos.
Yeah, in the bench, that's 5 to 7.5, especially in the lighter, the lighter end of the weights. 125 kilos, a 7.5 jump is still a big percentage. And there's lots of people are just trying to put 3 benches on the board to build their total. It takes a special person to be a bench specialist that can build. They rely on their bench to build the total.
There are a few people like that, but not many.
There is a few. Reyes Din being one.
Reyes Din being one. Absolutely. Never ceases to amaze me how much you can put on the bench for a quick bench.
Yep. Current world record holder.
Yep.
World champion is actually the test referee adjudicating the head referee who is writing her test, her provincial level test today.
That's what I was going to ask you, if our current head rep is taking the test.
Yeah, she is doing her practical. She passed her written, so she had to do a written test this week and score, I think it's 80% or above on the written test. And then you sit as a chief referee in the head chair, and you run the meet, control the meet, and you're adjudicated. Typically, the adjudication doesn't happen until second and third attempts, because the theory would be first attempts are all so easy,
Right.
and the weights make sense that there's not really any calls that you have to
There's not
make.
any difficult
Yeah.
calls. Okay.
And then you're adjudicated on your second and third decision, and then anything that comes up with the running of the meet or how you're handling the flow or any issues that come up. And if you pass your practical, then you get your provincial referee status.
Landon successful at 137.5. Caleb missed at 130. And currently Thomas is up at 147.5 kilos. He's taking a 7.5 kilo jump for a second attempt. Good lift, 2-1 for Thomas.
Getting a yellow card from the side. Could have been butt, could have been foot movement. So the two likelihood calls from the side referees. And you see they've moved down to the foot of the bench or the foot of the platform
they've moved down
for the
for
bench press.
Bench press. Gage up at 150 kilos for his second attempt. Because at the bottom of, or at the foot of the platform, the butt lift and the foot movement is much easier to see.
Very, very much easier to see.
Good lift for Gage.
And your butt can move on the bench, it just cannot come off of the bench and lose contact with the bench.
Tristan will be attempting 152.5. Can we turn the music down a bit? I can't hear myself. All right, I just took a 10-second break. Back. Tristan's attempt at 152.5 is good. It's a bit of a grind. We'll have to see what he puts in for his third attempt. And Tanner is up with 162.5. This is a big jump for Tanner. This is 12.5 kilos. We talked about this earlier.
Yeah, 12.5 on his opener. Now his opener did fly.
It did fly. It moved very quickly. So I'm expecting this will move comfortably. I guess the level of energy he will have to exert will determine the third. But I don't anticipate any problems at this weight.
I wouldn't think so. Maybe we'll do 2 12.5s for a 25 kilo total increase.
Yeah, maybe.
He might have had the full 25.
He might have. He is moving that really well today. 3 whites. I'm guessing he could easily do another 10 kilos.
Oh, I would think, yeah, easy.
It's going good today. Tanner with a successful second at 162.5, and we'll wait to see what he puts on the board for a third attempt.
And that's after being in the ref suit.
I was going to say, he sat all morning. Sat all morning as a ref.
It was TC, I think, first session, and I don't know if he sat in the chair second session or was just around, but he was around.
He was doing the national records.
Oh, that's right.
That's
yeah, sitting in for the national records.
All right, we have Dallas up, 167.5 kilos. He is making a 17.5 kilo jump.
That's a big jump.
That's a 38-pound jump.
Don't remember his first if it was really fast, but
I can't remember either.
I guess we'll see how this looks.
Well, we got it.
Moved okay, 3 whites. Yeah.
3 whites. Maybe 2.5, 5 more at the most.
I'd probably say 5 after that big jump.
Good lift for Dallas. Matt is also making a large jump, 10 kilos to 172.5.
At this weight, oftentimes when you're coaching, I will often look at a 2.5 kilo jump as it's not even worth doing. I'll take the 5 because if I give up, if I miss it, and I was going to only go 2.5 kilos, really I'm only giving up 2.5 on the total.
Correct.
Because I wasn't planning on more than that. So
Correct.
Oftentimes I'll just take the 5.
Definitely makes sense on the bigger lifts.
On the bigger lifts, the bigger bodies.
Yep.
The lighter weight men and lighter weight women especially, it's that 2.5. Some 5 kilos is sometimes too much, and you do take the 2.5.
Pretty solid. little slow through the middle, but no hesitation. Good lift. Daniel is up next. Daniel has added 10 kilos to his second attempt at 180 kilos. Just shy of 400 pounds.
And as Daniel has gotten older, he has definitely tamed down. I can remember when he first was a junior lifter, and he would come out with all sorts of energy and actually caused him to miss a few lifts because he was so ramped up.
Bouncing around.
Yeah.
Wow, I did not know that.
He would, he'd lose it because he was so excited. So he's definitely calmed himself down, which is, you got to have some level of excitement, but you don't want to be so excited that you're missing lifts.
Getting in the way of yourself. Yeah.
And that comes sometimes with just maturing as a lifter and learning how to manage your own emotions and your own excitement.
That was a pretty solid
easy lift.
180 kilos.
Always been strong.
Yeah, he's very strong. 3 white lights for Daniel. Tanner did add 10 kilos.
Oh, he's got
Right
out
there.
of the 12 and a half.
Yeah, not quite 12 and a
Not
half.
quite. That's all right.
And our last lifter for second round of bench press is Russ.
So Russ added 120 though.
Russell, yeah, we've explained that once. We'll briefly explain that again. He took an opener without the equipped shirt on to get a number on the board, and now he's got the equipped shirt on and attempting probably what would reasonably be a first or second for him.
Yeah, probably. He may have touched an opener in the back.
That's possible.
After he did the 75, come straight back into the warm-up room, throw the shirt on, do what would actually be an opener in the shirt, and now coming out for second. So we'll see how this looks.
That's a very nice.
Very nice, yeah.
Very nice 195. 2-1. He did get a red. Not quite sure what that is because it's the yellow catch-all.
Yeah.
But a very nice second attempt.
He's not sure either. He asked the TC, who I think maybe said but, asked the side referee for him.
Okay. So we are into our third round of bench press for our first flight here. And Steven is going to finish up with an attempt at 120 kilos for his third. Steven has a bit of a disadvantage in that he's got extremely long arms. Those might come into play on deadlift.
They might, yeah.
But they're definitely not advantageous in bench press.
Nope, the longer you have to press the weight, the harder it is.
The more weight you're moving. Not quite today.
No, not today.
Not on the day.
So the spotters did a good job there. They let him fight for that
They
for
did.
a while. Didn't take it from him too early. But then as it started to come down, the head ref gave the rack command, and then they took it.
Yeah, I do like the spotters allowing someone to kind of, grind through that.
Yeah, you want to let the lifter have as much chance to get them weight as you can, because you never know what might happen.
Right. Caleb, with his last attempt, he is re-attempting 130 kilos. He missed it on his second. Oh, he was close.
Yeah, I thought that was going to go
I
when
thought
it
that
left
was
his
going
chest.
up too. The way it came off his chest, I thought he had it.
Yeah, came nicely.
There was a loss of transfer of power from the
Yes, there
chest to
was.
the triceps.
Probably coach and him will go back and retool that for the next meet. And
Matthew up with 132.5. He's added 7.5 for his third attempt.
it's a good thing about the sport is there's always something to fix and make better.
There's always something you can do to improve in
Yes.
powerlifting.
And then there's always more weight.
And then there's always weight to add. There's never not enough weight.
That's right. I've yet to see anyone run out of weight. Although there are a few guys and gals
Getting
in the
close?
world who are getting close to the limits of what can be loaded on a bar.
That's what I'm thinking, is the bar is going to snap
Yeah.
before they run out of weight. So no lift for Matthew on his third attempt. Landon has added 7.5 kilos for his final and third attempt at 145. Yeah, we start seeing some of those 900-pound squats, 1,000-pound squats. I'm thinking that those bars.
Yeah. 475 is a lot of reds on the bar.
Oh my goodness. There was just not
today.
enough there today. Nope. Thomas has added 5 kilos for his third, 152.5 kilos, 335 pounds.
Go, Thomas. Come on now.
Nice looking bench, third attempt.
That's a perfect third attempt.
Yep.
Good lift for Thomas. Tristan has added 2.5 to finish up at 155 kilos.
I believe this is just Tristan's second meet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sitting in fifth in the 105s, I think.
He had a good squat.
Yeah.
3 for 3 on squats. He finished with 230. So far, he's had a good meet. Not quite.
How long have you been lifting for, Mark, now?
Competitive powerlifting?
Yeah.
3 years.
3 years? What was your first meet?
My first meet was the April meet in Saskatoon. The Synergy Open, I think it was.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah.
in April of 2022.
Yep, just right after COVID.
Just after COVID.
Yep.
And that was my meet where I forgot to submit my second squat. And I got a 2.5 increase, which was awful.
Yep.
And then I was so ticked off, I went 6 for 6 the rest of the way.
Well, that worked out then.
I was so angry with myself.
Yeah, one of the rules is lifters have to, or coaches have to submit their attempt 1 minute after the lights come on for your current attempt. You only have 60 seconds, and if you miss that, if you were successful on the prior attempt, the bar goes up 2.5 kilos, and if you missed it, the bar stays the same, at the same weight that you missed.
So I opened, again, my first meet ever, I opened at 132.5, and then I had to take a second at 135.
135,
And
yeah.
the plan was to go to 140, or
Yeah.
142 even. So then I did a 17.5 jump on my third,
You took the jump anyway.
and I hit it.
Oh, hey, it worked out
It
then.
was crazy, but I hit it.
Yeah.
Probably wasn't a smart thing to do, but
Yeah,
I didn't have a coach that
that's-
day.
that's right.
I
That's
didn't
all
have a
right.
coach that day. All right, Tanner's added 10 kilos. After jumping 12.5 on his first to second, he's adding 10 from his second to third for 172.5 kilo third attempt. This would put him tied for first place if he gets this, or currently tied for first if he can successfully get this. Again, it just moved
Very easy.
very quickly. He was having a very good day.
Yeah.
He is 6 for 6. We have 2 or 3 lifters that have gone 6 for 6 so far. He probably had another 5 kilos there.
Well, I would think, yeah. The speed that was moving off his
Got to
chest.
feel good about this, given, as you mentioned, that he'd worked part of the day
Yeah,
already.
absolutely.
Dallas is going to be attempting 175 kilos. It's a 7.5 kilo jump after a 17.5 kilo initial jump. So this is 25 kilos above his open.
I'm not sure if Dallas just likes the big jumps. Some people do just like the bigger jump, right? And because I think he took big jumps in the squat too, didn't he? Not quite today.
That's a bit much. A bit more than he was able to handle. But again, third attempts are where you make those kind of decisions.
They are. Yep.
Matt is adding 5 kilos to his second. He'll be attempting 177.5 for his third. If he gets this, he will go back into first place. Currently he's tied with Tanner, although I think Tanner is... Nope, Matt is ahead on body weight.
So how does body weight work, Mark?
How does body weight work?
Yeah.
The lower body weight breaks the tie.
That's right.
Matt is a half kilo below Tanner. At this
Lighter
point.
than Tanner, yep.
Yep. So the tiebreaker is obviously weight, total weight lifted is the obvious
that's right, yep.
decision. If the weight lifted is equal, it is body weight. The lighter lifter wins. And then the second tiebreaker is lot number. You want to explain that?
Actually, so the second tiebreaker is, so if you were tied on total was tied and your body weight was tied, the win actually goes to the person who hit the total first. Which is how lot number comes into play.
Right.
So the lower your lot number, so if you and I were lifting against each other and you were lot number 2 and I was lot number 3, if we put in to bench 100 each, you would bench first because you're number 2, and then I would bench second, and it's because I'm number 3.
So I explained it in a convoluted way when I said lot number.
Yeah, it is lot number,
Right.
but it's
based
actually
on
that
the order.
you got the total. You hit the number you needed first, because if it was you and you hit that number first, I would have the opportunity to put 2.5 more on my last deadlift to beat you.
And if I didn't, that's on
And
me.
if I didn't put that on, that's on me. So you get the win.
There you go.
And there's actually a few examples this year at Nationals.
I know. I think there was a
that
few.
happening. Yeah, and then the other funny thing that happens sometimes is a national record can go to on a tie. So it happened in the 105 kilo class at Nationals in the Open Unequipped this year, where the national total record went to the actual second place person, the person who finished second, because the winner pulled last. So Walter pulled last and pulled enough to tie the second place person, but Walter was lighter. So Walter won Nationals. But the second place person
got the record.
actually gets the national record total because they tied and he hit it first.
He hit it first.
But Walter wins.
Right.
So it's one of those anomaly situations that can happen. It's like, that's weird.
It is.
But that's just how the sport works.
All right, we have got Russ attempting a 10-kilo jump. Third attempt, equipped to bench. Oh, not quite.
A little harder touch, so probably pulled the shirt down just a little bit and just wasn't able to lock it out.
And of course, Russ has been running around all weekend as the meet director.
Yes, and we were here this morning at 6.
Oh gosh.
So
for you guys, it's been 14 hours.
And Russ has been here for all of it. So that's hard to keep that energy going.
Gosh. He's probably pretty happy he's got the one good lift in.
Absolutely.
And he will go on to deadlifts. And again, he just needs a reasonable number. He's probably looking for a total he can take to nationals or regionals.
That's right.
So he has got his bench press number that he needs. We are back at the top of the order for our next flight. Our first lifter is Aaron.
So I did confirm over the break that Aaron is lifting Special Olympics. but he's lifting tonight. Tomorrow is actually a special load session, but he can't be here tomorrow.
Okay, so that makes sense.
So the SPA and the meet director said, yeah, we'll make it work for him to lift in the evening session, which is why, as a 120 lifter, he's lifting in Flight B when all the other 120s are in Flight A, because he's actually separated. So
Gotcha.
him taking that 186 earlier in the squat is a special O provincial record.
Excellent. Well, congratulations to Aaron for that. And his opener moves nice and smooth. 3 white lights for him. He has now got a total for the meet, 112.5 for his opener.
And you can see he uses foot blocks for the bench. You're allowed to use foot blocks. 5, 10, 20, or 30 centimeter foot blocks is the increments that you can have.
I talked about that earlier today. The reason the foot blocks are used is because you're not allowed to vary the height of the bench.
That's
so
right.
For the shorter lifters, they require the blocks.
That's right, and your foot has to be flat on the ground.
Which is why they allow the blocks.
Yeah, so
it would be an unfair advantage for a short lifter not to be able to reach the floor.
That's right. Then they're up on their tiptoes. And, yeah.
You would never get a successful lift.
That's
Your
right.
feet would never be
That's
flat.
Right.
Now, we talked about that earlier today and explained that because the bench height does not vary,
Yeah.
the platforms for the feet are allowed. We have Gavin going second, opening at 120 kilos. He's our only 83 kilo junior. Good lift. And 3 white lights.
And if you saw Gavin there, he really sinks the bar into his chest before it becomes motionless. Some lifters like that compression, and then that's almost like a spring out of their chest. Some will stay very tight and just barely touch their chest. Again, it's
if you use the sink method, what you can't do is sink a second time when you push up again, right?
Correct. That's called heaving. So once the bar has reached the bottom of wherever the bottom of your bench is, then you cannot, when you get the press command, you can't sink further.
Exactly.
So even if you just barely touch your chest, when you get the press command, you can't then sink it into your chest and go again to almost create some acceleration.
Momentum.
Yeah, momentum. Yeah.
Nick with his opener at 125. You do see that occasionally with the really big lifters. They tend to perfect that heaving technique, or that sinking technique, but every once in a while you'll see a heave.
Yeah.
Good lift for Nick. He's got a good opener at 125.
And the heave doesn't get called a whole lot by the referees, but it does happen.
Yeah.
Some of the lightweight lifters at Worlds are using it because of the elbow depth rule.
I just noticed that this past year. Because of the elbow depth rule, that helps them get to that depth they need.
Yeah. So they're actually in these extreme arches, and if they didn't sink the bar through to the chest, they would not be even close to elbow depth. But they're able to manipulate their bodies in such a way that even with the big arch, they can sink it enough to get their elbows below the midpoint of the shoulder and be okay.
We've got Ryan here with his opener at 130. Ryan is our 66 kilo open lifter. He is bench pressing essentially 2 times his body weight as an opener.
Which I don't think any of our big guys have done that yet.
No, I don't think so.
120, you'd be benching 240, double body weight.
I don't think we have anybody benching. Well, we might have somebody benching 200,
maybe,
possibly. But that would be a stretch, I think, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have anybody at 200.
So back to that same idea of you got to look at the body weight of the person lifting, not just the overall weight on the bar.
Ryan is attempting 137.5, just over 300 pounds. Good opener for him. He's building a nice total so far.
Yep.
And Derek is up next at 147.5 kilos. He went 3 for 3 on squats. Derek is wearing his belt for bench press. What's the, it's a preference, but what might be the advantages in wearing a belt?
So in Classic, I think one of the advantages is just the tightness that it can create, and you're used to that. in equip lifting, the belt holds the shirt down. So there's classic lifting. There's not a lot of people who wear the belts, but it does happen. They just like the intraabdominal pressure it creates. And
if you wear the belt for deadlifts and squats, it might just be that you like the belt
yeah,
on
absolutely.
all the time.
Yeah.
It definitely is a huge advantage for equipped bench pressing.
Yes.
Keeping that shirt down, because it rides up, because it is so compressed and tight, I find it's a real issue to try and get my shirt down to where I want it.
Yeah, that's right.
And so, it's almost mandatory.
So once it's
I
there,
don't know
you
anybody
want,
that lifts without it.
There's very few.
Yeah. All right, we have Theron up. He is opening at 150. He is our 93 junior lifter, opening at 150 kilos.
Well, some good numbers as a junior.
Theron went 3 for 3 on squat and has
the big
a
280
big squat total.
Yeah.
He could wind up with a very big total tonight. Solid opener. Our next lifter is Hansen. He's also going to open at 150 kilos. He is our other 93 junior.
Easy opener.
Good opener for Hansen. Daniel has chosen 157.5 kilos for his opener. Daniel also went 3 for 3 on squats. And his in second place in our 93 open category. Good lift for Daniel, a good opener. And our last lifter in the first round of bench press for this flight is Jake. And Jake is opening at 175 kilos. Jake is currently leading our 93 open class based on his 272.5 squat. We'll see if he takes the lead after the first round of bench press again with his opener. And it's a successful opener. Jake is now in first place again after that opening bench. We are on second attempts for bench. Aaron has chosen to add 7.5 kilos to his first attempt for a total of 120 for his second.
One of the great things about the sport is that you can have athletes of all abilities and ages and weight classes and body shapes and sizes lifting together at the same time on the same platform.
It's one of the things I like about powerlifting because I think it creates a community you can't get where you have to have a specific athlete size or type or ability that, I mean, this truly is about hard work and learning technique.
Yep, absolutely. Evidenced by Aaron being on the platform as a special lifter with everyone else. And
exactly.
Which is what it is. Doesn't really matter.
I think that's a good second lift, too.
Yep, looked very nice.
Good solid second attempt for Aaron.
We get a little celebration here. He's always good for a celebration and some excitement. Hugging the referees on his way out. It's great. Oh, took his coach out.
Gavin is up with his second attempt, 125 kilos. He's added 5 kilos to his initial first attempt.
So lots of these lifters will be using this meet to get ready for nationals. Mark, you just recently lifted. Are you doing nationals?
I am doing
nationals. After
nationals.
lifting at Master Worlds?
Master Worlds was in early October. I took a week off. I went back into the gym, started some hypertrophy training, tried to put a little bit of meat and mass back on. I'm taking a break this week. It's my deload week because I'm traveling. And then I will start prepping for nationals next week and do a 12-week prep.
Pushes on.
The push is on starting Monday.
Yep.
I have my coaches in Edmonton. Shane Martin is my coach. You know him well.
Yep.
And he is also the Team Canada equipped coach, I believe.
Yes, he is head coach of the Open Equipped team.
Yes.
Just back from Iceland.
Yeah, very successful. Of course, Ray and Ryan were there. Very successful Open Equipped event for Team Canada.
Might be our best ever finish for women's equipped team. We finished 4th as a team.
Wow. That is good.
And none of us can come up with a year where we finished higher. That doesn't mean it didn't happen years and years ago, but it's in recent memory. So men's team not quite as good, but hopefully we see some more lifters and another shot at that next year. We didn't finish quite as high as the women's team.
Well, and you mentioned the Equipped World Open. I mean, I'm a masters lifter, but one of the reasons I have Shane as my coach is because I'm getting into equipped lifting, and Shane is an equipped lifter.
So what would be your best advice to somebody who wants to get into equipped lifting but isn't quite sure how to start?
I would start with equipped bench. I really would. I think it's the most natural progression from classic lifting. And then I would find someone, even if it's an online coach, who knows how to do equipped lifting. If you don't have one in your area, find somebody online.
Yeah.
Because that coaching, especially at the equipped lifting, is just vital.
It's totally different than classic lifting. There's so many other nuances that you have to know.
It's a whole different ballgame.
You have to know how to use the gear, how to wear it, how to tweak it.
How to stretch it.
Because
it doesn't fit. It's too tight. I'm stretching
how to break it in.
How to break it in.
Yeah.
The rule of thumb I learned from reading a lot of things is a new shirt, in this case, with quick benching, takes probably 5 sessions before you can even get close to touching. I'm not there yet. I've only done 4. I've got 1 more to go.
More weight will touch your chest, Mark.
I'm throwing more weight on every time, scaring the crap out of me, but I'm doing it.
And that's one of the things with equipped lifting is the mental game with yourself too. Is oftentimes you're overloading more than you can handle raw. Yeah. So being confident and learning how to handle those emotions is a challenge as well, because it's one thing to put something on your back or over your face without a gear on, but you do it with gear on, and all of a sudden you're at 120 or 130% of what you normally would have on. It's a mental battle to be comfortable with that.
And I think the analogy or not analogy, but comparison I use is if I'm benching raw classic and it's at my max, it's 100%. If I can't complete the bench, I can control it to come back down to my chest. If I can't complete an equipped bench at 130% of what I normally do, it could dump on my face or dump on my lap. And
which is why safeties were invented.
Exactly. Which is a lot more weight than I want anywhere near my face.
Absolutely.
So again, a team, but also coaching, I think are vital.
Yeah, good.
Derek is attempting a 10-kilo jump for his second, 157.5 kilos. This is just shy of 350 pounds, about 347 pounds. It's moving.
That was good bench.
I think he's got a good lift. Yes, 3 whites. Got to be happy with that.
And that's
doesn't show a lot of emotion.
Nope, just does business.
Does his job.
Yeah, that's right. And that set up until 2012. The only thing, it was only equipped lifting. Like classic lifting as its own division is relatively new in the sport.
Ryan and I, Stan and I talked about that a little bit earlier. I had asked him because I know he was a long-time equipped lifter. You were a long-time equipped lifter. You still do equipped lifting. So does he. And just that whole dynamic of how just popular classic lifting became, and I think it's for two reasons. One, I think it's due to just the ease of getting into the sport
Yep.
at a classic level.
Yep.
But I also think it might have been a cost level, but I'm not even so sure it's so much a cost level as the technical expertise to be good at equipped lifting.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and there's not a lot of coaches in the country who are
Good
knowledgeable in
equipped
the
coaches.
equipped world, right?
That's right.
And so it's hard if a coach has never put on gear, how do they explain how to wear a bench shirt?
Well,
or
and
how
that's
to wear knee
actually,
wraps?
you say that, and that's why I switched coaches. I had an excellent coach, but he had never done equipped lifting, knew nothing about it. And so I had to make that case to him that I need to learn this.
Right.
And so that was the transition I made. I still talk all the time. I still encourage people to go to him as a coach. He still follows my lifts.
Yep.
But it was just a transition because I want to do equipped lifting.
Yep.
That looks like a good lift for Hansen at 160 kilos. 3 weights. He's happy with that. Yeah, in the community I live in, there are very few equipped lifters, and in fact, there's only one other person I train with, and that is a 5-time U.S. champ in equipped bench. That's her specialty. She's just transitioning from open to M1, and so we train together when we can in equipped lifting.
Yep.
And we try and find a couple of other people who will train with us. They're not doing equipped lifting, but they help us with the spotting and the loading and stuff. Occasionally, her sister lifts with us. She's also a 2-time national champ in equipped bench. So when the 3 of us get together, it's actually a pretty good session.
Yeah.
It's tough for us to get together very often.
Right. Yeah.
They're
And that's one of the challenges for sure, is having a good team that can spot and load and help you, keep you safe.
And when I get to, you mentioned, loading up the weight beyond what you're used to loading classic or raw, when I'm doing that and I'm just getting to that point, I can't ask the 2 of them to spot. They're both very small lifters.
Yeah.
One is a 52 kilo lifter, one is a 57 kilo lifter. So we have to find, they'll spot on the sides.
Yeah.
But I have to find another lifter for the back lifter, the main lifter. So we really are challenged sometimes because I can spot them.
Yeah.
They can't spot me once I've gotten to this point now.
Yeah.
All right, Jake is our last lifter, second round of bench press. He is going for that magic 400-pound number, 182.5 kilos, 401 pounds. This is a big number for a 93 open lifter. It's a big number for anybody.
Absolutely. 400-pound bench is still a 400-pound bench.
His first moved quite well. See how his second goes.
Very nice.
That's a pretty nice second attempt. I'd say maybe
2 to
another
1
5
though,
kilos.
But the 2 to 1.
Oh.
I'm guessing his butt came up.
That might have been it. I know it moved. It might have come off.
They must have seen some
the
daylight.
refs where they are must have seen daylight. Well, there's definitely the strength is there.
Strength's there, no problem.
Just got to settle down. Keep the butt down, and you'll be good. All right, we finished our second round of bench press attempts. We are back up to the top of the order, and Gavin will be attempting 125 again since he missed it on his second.
So typically, if you miss an attempt, 90% of the time, people will repeat that same weight. Sometimes you'll see an increase depending on the reason you missed.
If it's a small technical thing that they know they did wrong.
But sometimes you roll the dice even doing that.
Exactly.
I would advise any coaches I'm working with in my capacity as the coach and chairman of the CPU that the repeat of the attempt, even if it moved well, is always the safest bet. But there are times, like this year at Nationals when I was coaching Garrett Bentley, where his opener in the shirt just would not touch his chest nice. So I said that I got to go against my counsel and advice, and we got to increase your second.
Well, we also have to put a disclaimer in here. Tell everybody what he attempted for his opener.
I think his opener was 380 kilos or something like that. So, and we went up to 3.
And it couldn't touch his chest.
Yeah, it was hovering. So I said we just have to open more, Garrett.
And where'd you go to? What was the number you went to?
We just added 5K. So 385.
And it managed to touch?
And he got it.
There you
nice.
go.
Yep.
For those of you that aren't familiar with kilograms, 380 kilograms is 836 pounds.
Yep.
And a crazy amount of weight.
Then we took a swing at 405, I think it was,
And
890.
almost got that. I think
Almost
I
got
watched
it,
the video
yeah.
for that one.
Almost got it, just couldn't quite lock it out.
Very close. Oh, Aaron
Nice
gets it, and there
press
may
from
have been
Aaron.
an up and down. We don't know.
Yeah, we'll see what the refs say, yeah. Although they gave him 3 of the yellow cards, so I'm not sure if his button can come up or because the up and down is actually a blue card,
yeah.
number 2.
Yeah, I was thinking blue card.
And so it may have been up and down and they made a mistake, although all 3 of them were the same. So I'm going to guess that no, there must have been something we didn't see that they called.
Good third attempt for Aaron. A good try.
Strength was there.
The strength was there. Ryan is attempting 140 kilos for his third. He's adding 2.5. Again, this is a big bench press for a 66-kilo lifter. This is over 2 times his body weight. He is so close.
No, not quite.
Not quite. He did get 137.5 on his second. And that was a good third attempt choice.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
he was right there. Nick is our next lifter. He's added 7.5 kilos onto his second. He will be attempting 140 for his third. We are almost through bench press for this flight. We have about 6 lifters left.
See his butt moving. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
We'll
I'm not
see what
sure.
they say.
Yeah.
He came off.
It just came up a tiny
And
bit.
I think he knew that.
He knew it as soon as it happened,
Yeah, but it's all right. The strength's there. Just fix that little bit of technical
So
difficulty.
as a coach, if you see that happening and the strength is there, they're completing lifts, but that butt is coming off, what are you telling your athletes in terms of correcting that?
So we're trying to create more tension if we can and drive through the arch is what I teach.
So drive backwards
Yeah,
through
drive
rather than
backwards
up.
through rather than up to the ceiling. Sometimes, though, when the weight gets heavy, you just want to throw your hips as hard as you can because
that's worse.
That's how it's going to get up. And so,
well, you see on social media people doing gym lifts, and they'll do an amazing amount of weight, but you also see their hips are higher than their head.
yeah, sometimes.
I mean, they're flying up.
Yeah.
And you can do that in the gym.
Absolutely.
Of course.
There's no rules there.
You're never going to get it in a competition.
No, that's right.
Ryan with 147.5 again. That's a great third lift for him. Ryan's building a nice total. He's gone 6 for 6. He is our only 83 open lifter. Derek is attempting 160 kilos, 352 pounds. Derek is currently in 3rd place in our 93 open category.
For lots of these lifters, they're looking for placings in the provincials. You train for a lot of time just to be able to spend your 9 minutes on the platform making attempts. So you want to put the best day together you can.
Good lift. Derek goes 3 for 3 on bench. He's 6 for 6. Again, very little emotion. He just comes to work.
Yep, just come, get my job done, and go home.
We might see a smile maybe by the end of the meet.
We might, yes. You never know what the
never know.
deadlift will bring out.
Darren is up next. Darren is our 93 junior. He had a very successful 3 for 3 squat attempts, ending with a 280 squat. He's currently 2 for 2 on bench. This is his 3rd attempt at 165 kilos. This is a 363-pound bench for a 93-kilo junior. thought he was going to
Yeah,
get
that was close.
He was almost at that transition
Yep.
point of being able to start locking
Kick
out
the
with his
triceps
triceps.
in, yeah.
Very close. Good attempt for him.
Yeah, strong young man, though.
Yeah, very strong junior. Hansen's up next, 170 kilos for his final attempt on the bench. 10-kilo jump. Successfully jumped from 150 to 160 on his first to second. He's trying another 10-kilo jump. That's too much of a jump today. Because 160, if I remember, moved quite nicely.
Yep.
That's just asking a bit too much to do another 10 kilos today. Our second last lifter, Daniel, is adding 7.5 kilos, 172.5 for his final attempt.
You know, number calling is an art and a science. There's definitely an art to it in terms of how things are moving, being very fluid. But there is also science when you're looking at the percentages and the percentage of increase
And how the training
and
has
how the
been
training's
going.
been going. So, and sometimes things move well in the gym, and you come to the meet and things are different, right? It's late. You know, if you're not used to training
We're
at 8
lifting
o'clock
at 8 o'clock tonight. Yeah,
if
we're
you train at
Yep.
afternoon or mornings, you might have to travel. Some of these athletes are driven from across the province.
Right.
Maybe sleeping in a hotel,
It's
not
one of the
eating
reasons
normal
why I
food.
like powerlifting, because there is both an art and science to it.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's not one or the other. There's a combination.
Yep.
Daniel was successful third bench press at 172.5 kilos. That is almost 380 pounds.
So it looks like we got another non-2.5K multiple here. 185.5 for Jake.
And Jake missed his second. He's actually going up to
But he missed it on technicality,
That's
I
right, he
believe.
did.
So again, his second attempt was probably setting him up to take a track at what is going to be the provincial record attempt. And so coaches decided, you know what, this is what we're here for. We're sitting in first place anyway. So let's
take a shot at
let's give it a run.
185.5 kilos. This is chipping the provincial record.
And by chipping, we mean adding a 0.5, because normally multiples have to be, or attempts have to be in a multiple of 2.5. The only time that is not able to happen is if it is in a record attempt. And so at this meet, you can set provincial and national records. The referees didn't change, so we know this is just a provincial record, or not just, I shouldn't say that.
And so
It is a provincial record attempt.
The 0.5 chip is 1.1 pounds. He's got it
All
up.
right, let's see if he
Whether or
kept
not-
his butt planted.
And he
Up
kept
the
it.
whites, new provincial
And he got
record.
it. So a provincial record for Daniel. Excuse me, for
That was for
Jake.
Jake.
Sorry, for
Yeah.
Jake. My computer screen has jumped around. Excuse me. So it's provincial record for Jake at 185.5.
Good way to finish the bench press.
Very good way to finish the bench press. We will be starting the deadlift in about 10 minutes. We're going to sign off here for a few minutes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's an old introduction. We are back for our deadlifts, first flight of deadlifts. We are well into the evening. Our first lifter is Caleb, opening with 185, successful opener for him. Welcome back to the 2024 Saskatchewan Powerlifting Association Provincials. We have had a very long and very successful day, a number of provincial records, a few national records, certainly a number of personal bests by individuals. We are now on our deadlifts, our first flight of 2 flights of deadlifters. This is our open lifters in the 105 and 120 category. Our second lifter is Stephen, and he is opening at 205 kilos.
2 different styles of deadlifts we'll see today, probably. Sumo and conventional. Mark, what do you pull?
I pull conventional because I have no hip flexibility at all.
Conventional with your legs close together, hands outside your legs.
Hands outside the legs, legs just inside the shoulders.
Yep.
And typically it works fine, except on the days when my back is not injured, because I don't get injured, but it gets sore quite often at this age.
Sore and tight.
Yeah, very tight, extremely tight. On the days when it's feeling good, deadlifts are wonderful. And that might just be training. Typically when I take about a week off before a meet, like 5 to 6 days, and the back settles down and I usually feel good on game day.
Okay for game day, yeah.
Yep.
Everybody's a little different. You got to do what works best for your body.
And I know there are younger lifters, honestly, lifters that lift right up to the meet.
Yep, there is.
I've seen that too. We have Tanner opening with a 220 deadlift. I'm guessing this is just an opener to get a number in.
Yep.
And then he's going to do one of those 25 kilo jumps again.
Yeah, maybe he will.
Very easy opener for Tanner. So all of our lifters that have done a deadlift, our 3 first lifters now have a total. They are, we'll have a total for the competition. Matthew is our 4th lifter up, 222 and a half. Choosing deadlift openers is often about making sure that you have a total for the meet, correct?
Yeah, you want to get your opener in so that you record a total, you get a placing. It is not something you want to do where you come out and the deadlift is too heavy to pull on your opener, because there's not a lot you can do after that. And
yeah, if that opener is hit too heavy, you're in trouble.
Yeah, you're in trouble. And now you end up bombing and not recording a total.
It's hard sometimes to convince athletes of that and just convince them to do a really light opener. We can chase that number on the second and third lift.
So you build the total from there.
And
nobody really cares what you open with. They care what you finish with.
Exactly. I tell that to young lifters. Nobody cares if you open at 150, 160, 170, for example. As long as you think you can finish at 200, we'll get there.
That's right. Russ is going to pull his opener in his deadlift suit, unlike his bench where he came out and benched his opener without his shirt on.
A little easier to get into the deadlift suit?
A little easier to get into the deadlift suit, and as long as you can get down to the bar, you're okay. Easy opener.
He's got his total for the day. He probably will now look at going after certain numbers if he's interested. He may just be exhausted based on the look we just got. He might be a little overtired.
We'll see what he does.
But he does have a total. Tristan is our next lifter. We are moving through deadlifts very quickly. Tristan is attempting 235. We are now into the 500-pound plus category. That went up pretty comfortable. Three white lights. It's got a good opener.
And the vast majority of people will typically out deadlift their squat. Do you out deadlift your squat, Mark?
I do, by a fair amount actually. It's one of the things I've been working on is bringing that squat back up to not equal, but kind of close.
Yeah.
I mean, when you do a total in any kind of powerlifting competition, you're going to make your biggest jumps and advances on your deadlift and squats.
Yeah.
As much as I love to bench, the numbers just aren't going to advance you as much.
So we'll see about Dallas here. He squatted 280 and he's opening 240 in the deadlift. So he may catch up to it. He may make some big jumps, but that was an easy opener. So.
That was an easy opener. 3 whites for Dallas. Dallas has got tree trunks for legs.
Yes. Although his socks are maybe a touch short. In the
Yeah,
deadlift.
he might be reminded.
Yep. TC just told him that.
Just got reminded he has to have them all the way up below his knee.
Up to his knee. That is the rule. You have to have knee-length socks for deadlifts to help protect the bar from getting blood on it should your shin open up as you're deadlifting.
Daniel is up next. Daniel's also pulling 240 for his opener. Daniel finished with a 272.5 squat. When you see someone who squats more than they deadlift, is that typically, to me, it would mean not necessarily a strength issue, but a technique issue?
I think it's about leverages too.
Leverages,
right? How
yeah,
you're built,
yeah.
and you just might be a squat build versus a deadlift build.
Right.
And you take what you're given and
run with it.
run with it.
Landon is also opening at 240. .240 being 528 pounds. Sumo lifter moved that really easily. 3 weights. We talked earlier, but let's remind our listening audience and our viewing audience about the different grips when you deadlift. A hook grip versus an over-under grip.
Yeah, so hook grip, you see a lot of hook grip now. Hook grip would be 2 hands, your hands are over top of the bar, and your thumb is hooked underneath typically your middle finger, and then your index finger just kind of lays on top of it. If you have really long thumbs, some people are able to get their ring finger. If you have really short thumbs, then it's got to just be hooked underneath your index finger, but basically you're locking that into the bar to help hold onto the bar essentially. The over-under grip would be 1 hand over top and 1 hand underneath.
Which keeps the bar in place, kind of?
It's actually, some would argue it's easier to hold on to the bar that way, but biomechanically with the one underarm, it's maybe a disadvantage. Thomas is pulling there with a flip grip or an over-under grip.
252.5, successful on his opener. I do an over-under grip.
So do I.
One of the reasons I do it is I had a torn bicep 8 years ago, so that is my overhand now.
Yes.
I cannot use it as my underhand.
You had to flip them.
I had to flip them.
Which is likely what I'm going to end up having to do when I
That's
get
what
recovered from my
That's
torn
why I was
bicep.
asking. I was bringing that up because I'm
it is
thinking
my underhand.
you may be adjusting here.
So for 30 years I have pulled with that as my underhand.
No,
so
there may be an adjustment
it
to
may
happen.
become my
Oh,
overhand.
boy. Yeah, I had that happen 7 years ago. I did a rotator cuff and a torn bicep.
Yeah. Injuries are just part of it.
They are.
Gage is a big deadlifter. He's been lifting for a number of years. And
Gage is opening with 280 kilos. That's a big opener in the 105 class. A little bit of work there,
it's
but
slower than it's moved in the past, but
it was probably a harder opener than he wanted.
he's taken some time off, I think, and
Okay.
he's just trying to get back to lifting again.
All of our lifters have completed their openers. We have one lifter left in this first round. Matt is opening with a massive 302.5 kilos. He is in the 120 class. He is leading that class. And he is opening with a 665-pound deadlift.
It's a big opener.
That is a very big opener. That moved
easy.
pretty comfortably. 660 pounds doesn't move that fast very often.
No. I can't remember what the provincial record is, but I think it's in the 320 to 325 range.
For the
in
120s?
So
I believe so, yeah.
we may see him take a crack at that at some point in time if he has solidified first place. Is happy with his placing and his
Then he
total.
might chase the
Yep.
provincial record, correct.
So in between rounds, the bar does have to be cleaned as per the rules, just to get rid of all the chalk and the baby powder on the bar. And then in between each attempt on the third attempt rounds, the bar has to be cleaned to give every lifter a new clean bar, so everyone's at the same advantage.
Caleb is back up for his second attempt. 197.5. all of our lifters now can, I hate to use the term, but chase numbers. They all have first successful deadlift. So they're in the meet, they have a total. Now they can pursue whether it's a provincial record,
build their totals from
PR.
here to whatever they need. Yep, maybe a qualifying total for nationals.
You're correct. The 120 deadlift record is, well, it's 340.
Well, 340. Oh,
340.
So it's been put up since last
The
time.
120 plus record is 320.
Well, maybe that's what I was thinking about.
Correct.
Either way,
Yep.
340 is a big number.
And Gage holds the 105 record.
Gage does hold it. Who owns the 320 or the 120 record?
Ryan Kotchuk.
Oh, he's spotting loading this session.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Gage holds the 105 record at 320 as well. Good lift for Steven at 220. Matthew will be jumping 10 kilos for his second attempt up to 232.5 kilos. Lift for Matthew. Russ is up next. He's added 15 kilos to his first attempt, 240 kilos second attempt.
And he is out, so he's going to take this attempt as well.
This would put him over 700 kilos for his total at 710, excuse me, if he completes this. Pretty comfortably.
It's very easy, second.
Yep, 3 whites. Russ now has a 710 total with 1 lift to go. That may be enough. He may want to call it a day. We don't know. He's had a long day. Tristan is up at 242.5 kilos. 7.5 kilo jump for him. Well, that's about what a second should look like.
A little bit slower and
Yep.
but still smooth.
Tanner has added 25. There we go.
Oh, there we go. We're back to the 25.
We're back to the 25
That's
kilo
good.
jumps. There we go. Tanner has added 25 kilos to his first attempt. He'll be attempting 245 kilos. By the way the first one moved, I'm not surprised. And I'm certainly would not be shocked for him to move this pretty comfortably as well.
Should move well.
£539. Got an over-under traditional grip. Traditional stance.
A little bit of wide stance conventional. His feet look maybe a little outside his shoulders. Works for
A
him.
little more work, but
He had to work to that a little bit.
maybe that 12.5 kilo jump this time?
Yep. 12.5 to 15. And
Sure. Tanner's built a nice total. He is 8 for 8 and has a 687.5 total.
It's good.
That is a 120 classic total, 687.5.
So we're hauling reds out from the back. So did anybody put in 325? Because they only had...
Matt put in 320.
Oh, 320.
There
So
you
maybe
go.
they're getting ready for his third attempt then.
Wonder if that 340 will be that
Yeah,
340,
you never know.
340.5. Yeah. That might be that third attempt for him. He's got his total. He's got a big total.
Depending where he's sitting and placing, he may
He's currently in first in the 120s.
And how much of a lead does he have right now in the 120s?
I'm checking. He's got a 70 kilo lead.
Okay, so You should have that locked up, especially after the second deadlifts are
Yes.
done.
Yeah.
So then it just becomes he can pull whatever he wants because nobody is likely going to pull 70 more kilos
No.
from their second to their third.
Wait a minute. That hits Instagram if that
It
happens
does,
tonight.
yes.
That hits Instagram if that happens tonight.
So we're likely, you never know, maybe we will see 340 and a half loaded.
We might see a big provincial record.
That's big.
For a final lift of the night. We'll have to wait and see. Daniel is up. He's added 15 kilos to his first attempt. He's attempting 255. Slow and steady.
Moved well.
Probably no doubt there. He was comfortable with it. 3 white lights. And Daniel has a 707 total as a 105. Daniel is currently in first place for our 105s. We still have Gage to go with his second attempt. This is Dallas, and he's attempting 260. He's making a 20-kilo jump.
He took a big jump in his squats too, so he must like, and a big jump in his bench.
Yep.
I think he must like those big jumps.
The 105 is going to be very competitive on the third deadlift. So there's going to be a few people around that podium.
It's good. It makes it exciting.
It makes it a lot more exciting for us, for those of you listening, and for the audience here. And that moved very quickly.
He may load what he needs
Yeah,
to.
he may load whatever he needs to. So we have Daniel and Dallas are tied at 707 and a half.
And who's lighter?
And Dallas is lighter by just over a kilo.
Dallas will be currently sitting in second.
Dallas is in first.
Dallas and
Daniel in
Daniel's
second.
Do we have a third place in that?
I'm looking for
weight
my
class?
third place. Well, Gage, but he's going to.
No, but he hasn't pulled.
He's
his
going to
second
jump
yet.
ahead of both of them when he
Okay.
lifts,
Yep.
because he's done a 20-kilo jump
Oh
again.
yeah.
So we'll wait for him. He is after Thomas. Thomas is attempting 267 and a half.
So Gage is kind of sitting in the driver's
Actually, Thomas, did he hit that? Thomas
That was a good
added
lift.
17 and a half kilos to his total. 15 to his total. Thomas is only 12 and a half behind. We've got, like I said, we've
It's
got
gonna be a good battle
4 or
for the
5
podium,
people
yeah.
fighting for that podium. This is going to be very interesting. Gage is currently at a 695 total, but he's put 20 kilos on to his first attempt. For the second attempt, he's attempting at even 300 kilos.
So if he
That would
makes
jump.
this,
That would jump him into first place by 7.5
yeah,
kilos.
pulls into 715 total
Yep.
and puts him in the driver's seat. The other guys have to either
chase
tie
that,
or beat
yep.
him depending on their body weight
And
versus his.
And he will lift after that, so he'll know
lift.
what he needs to lift.
That's right. So, can be an advantage because as a bigger deadlifter, but it also means you have to pull bigger weight.
Oh, he got it. A little slow off the ground, but once he got it moving,
Yeah,
it was.
then it was fine. It
was
kind of
fine.
it was the same speed all the way through. So
So Gage is currently in first place with a 715 total, and we have Daniel and Dallas tied at 707.5. Dallas being in second place on body weight.
and then Thomas just
Thomas is just a few kilos behind
Yeah.
that. So we have 4 lifters within 20
yeah.
kilos.
So coaches will be calculating what they need right now and getting their.
And Matt might be chasing a provincial record, not with this attempt, but if this one is successful, that third one might be for the provincial record. He's currently attempting 320 to 17.5 kilo jump. It's a 640, 704 total deadlift. It's a 704 pound, and that went up like
that
crazy.
was easy. We may see it loaded.
That's
here.
too. I bet you he's loading.
kinda
a
hope
provincial
we do
record.
see it loaded.
I hope he does, because that 704 went up awfully fast.
Yeah, it moved really well.
Wow. So we have some fun here in the sense that we have Matt probably chasing a provincial record at a big deadlift third attempt, and we have 4 lifters chasing the podium in our 105s. Actually, Tanner's not even that far off. Oh, Tanner is the 120, excuse me. Tanner is in second place with the 120s.
So as we enter third deadlifts here, the bar is cleaned in between each attempt. We also will see some attempt changes. You can change your third deadlift twice if you need to do that. Now there are some rules with that. It can't go below what's currently on the bar.
And there's a time limit too,
Yeah,
right?
you have to have the change in before the bar is loaded is called. But this is where the game really gets interesting for coaches to jockey
Good
for
coaches
position.
handle this well.
Yes, they do. And coaches who've been around just see the numbers. They don't have to
understand
calculate it.
the numbers,
They just know it. That was a nice third
That's
attempt.
a good grind for a third lift.
3 whites.
And he got it.
Good.
He's happy.
Good way to finish the day.
Good way to end the meet. So Caleb ends with a 207.5 deadlift. And very happy with that last deadlift. Stephen is up. He's attempting 230 kilos for his final lift of the day. Again, the platform crew is cleaning the bar.
Might have been a little downward
Stands
movement
it up,
there,
but I think there might have been a little up and down.
2-1, yeah.
There was a little up and down just as he got past the knees.
Yeah, that's right. Kind of caught it and
Yep.
it dipped just a hair. Referees, 2 of them at least, said, nope, sorry.
Matthew is up. Matthew is attempting 240.
It is just majority decision on the referee's part. 2-1 is either still a good or a bad lift, depending on reds to whites.
And at that point, not that we have a jury here, but the only thing that can overturn that at that point is a jury, which you would see it at a Western region.
Yeah.
Probably not regionals, right?
Yeah, at regionals,
At regionals
there
as well,
is,
you have
yep,
a jury?
yep.
Okay. Certainly at
Regionals
nationals and
certainly at
international
nationals,
events.
yeah.
Yep. No, not today. Didn't have that extra 7.5 kilos in him today. Tristan is jumping 10 kilos to 252.5 kilos for his final deadlift.
So interesting attempt selections here. He went 7.5 on his first to his second, and then he took the 10 kilo jump to his third.
Which normally you might see that in reverse.
Yeah, usually you'd see that in reverse just because of you want the bigger jump earlier on, but for whatever reason, maybe this is a PR attempt, so they're going for it. I'm not
Notice
sure.
he has changed his socks completely.
Ah,
Got different socks on. That was an issue that came up.
that moved just fine.
That moved well.
10K
3
worked
white
out,
lights.
so
He's good.
that's good.
He's happy with that. And I know one thing, the relief you feel after you finish the last deadlift in a meet.
It's a good feeling.
That's a good feeling. Whether you've won or lost, it's
That's
good
right.
to be done.
Yep.
All right, Russ has added another 15 kilos. So he is going to attempt 255 for his final deadlift. Russell is lifting as our only 120 plus equipped lifter. And this would give him a 725 total.
Russ is usually, I think, a 120 lifter.
He missed it by 2 kilos.
Yeah, so he just didn't cut for this
Yeah,
meet,
he just
probably.
didn't cut for this meet.
Which is probably a good thing when you're trying to
Oh my
meet
gosh,
direct
yeah.
as well. So
Yeah, don't need to take the calories away as well.
No, that's right. Just put a day together and have fun.
Yep. Wow, that was just too easy.
It's very good.
Good day for Russell, considering how long
yeah,
he's been
very
working.
good day.
It's an excellent day for
Thanks
him.
to Russ for all his work getting this meet put together.
Thank you for all the work that all the volunteers here have done. Russ and I think Danny were
His
co-meet
crew,
directors.
Yep.
And the Barbell City Club was the host club. Just lots of work by tons of volunteers across the 2 days. We still have another day tomorrow morning. At this point, we're going to thank some of our sponsors one more time. Our title platinum sponsors, Sask Lotteries, Supplement King, and Supplement World. We're waiting for Tanner to complete his last deadlift. Tanner's added 15 kilos. We were wrong. I thought 12 and a half. He put 15 on.
15,
you
yeah.
were right. This would give him a 702 total. 702 and a half total if he completes this lift. And based on the first two, I'm not thinking there's any problem.
Should be well.
Well, he had to grind a bit, but still.
Work, yep.
And a good
referees
lift.
liked
He's
it,
got to
so-
be happy. 702 total. I'm right. 702 and a half total. And a 9 for 9 day. 9 for 9 for Tanner.
That's a good day for Tanner.
That is a good day. Some of our other sponsors, our gold sponsors, Blackthorn Events, are our host, Mackey Physiotherapy, and Inner Strength Products, our gold sponsors. We thank all of our sponsors. These things cannot take place. These events cannot happen without sponsors. We appreciate their support of powerlifting. Daniel has added 10 to the bar. This will give him a 717 total. So this is making things interesting, as we pointed out now that we have these final deadlifts coming up. This would put him at 717 and a half.
So we'll actually move him into third in the 105s.
It will move him into third
Yep.
for the moment.
For the moment.
He got it.
He's excited about that.
Yep, he's happy.
Sitting in third in the 105s,
All
but
right.
still 3 guys yet to pull.
Three guys left to pull in the 105s. Landon is going to be jumping 12 and a half kilos for his final attempt. He's putting 265 on the bar. That was a pretty easy up and down for Landon. Oh, there's a technical problem.
There's a blue card, so either supporting or up and down.
yeah. I think in this case it was an up and down.
Probably, I think so.
Dallas has decided to add 22 and a half kilos to the bar. I mean, his first and second moved very
They
comfortably.
did.
This would give him a 730 total. This might put it out of reach.
Yeah, so he's currently sitting in what, third place?
He's in third place. He would jump to first
Okay.
with Gage still left to lift and Thomas left to lift, but Gage is the one that's relatively close.
Yep.
Gage would have to change his final deadlift and add another 17 and a half kilos
That's a
to what
big-
he's already
that's a big
talking
increase,
about.
yeah.
It would be a 27 and a half kilo jump.
Big jump.
So Dallas is trying to put this out of
Yeah,
reach.
this might seal it, but Gage being the bigger puller
Yep.
will have an opportunity to put it on if he needs it.
Dallas is trying to put the 105 contest out of reach. Oh, man.
Moved well. Yep.
I think he
Gets
got it. He did. He has a 730 total for the meet in the 105 group.
So currently sits in first.
Thomas is going to add 22 and a half to his total to try and get on the platform. Thomas is attempting a 290 deadlift. It's a 22 and a half jump.
So he's currently sitting in fourth place.
And this will jump him into third.
Okay.
So he's looking to get on the podium with a third attempt here. It's a big increase. And then we have Gage going directly after Thomas.
This would knock Gage off the podium.
It would for the moment, yep.
He
got it to his knees.
Yeah.
Got it as far as his knees. That's asking a lot.
It is.
22 and a half kilo
Yes.
jump on your final lift.
That's a big increase.
So now Gage has to make a decision about how he gets to 732 and a half. He needs to add 17 and a half to the 10 he's already put on the board. It would be a 27 and a half kilo jump for first. He only needs 5 kilos to finish second. So if he chooses to finish second, he can add 5.
Which would be 305, right?
Right. If he chooses to add 27 and a half, he'd be chasing first. He's left 310 on the board, so he is going for second place.
So currently sitting in third. This is a second place deadlift.
This second place pull for Gage. This would put him at 725. Bit of a grind, but he's got it. If Gage gets stuck, it looks like the first few inches is where he has to work. Once he gets past that,
he's good.
Fine. So he has got a 725 total. He sits in second place. The 105s are decided. Dallas is your winner. Gage
and Matt went for the full increase. He's not going to just chip the record.
He's
going to take the full increase on the record.
He doesn't want to chip. He wants the full 2.5. He is doing another. He did a 17.5 kilo jump the first time. He's doing a 22.5 kilo jump.
And the current provincial record is 800. He could chip the deadlift record at 340.5 and also get the total record.
He is going for both the deadlift and provincial total records.
Yep.
And he will.
But he only needs the chip. He only needs 340.5, and he would get both. But he doesn't want that. He wants to show that I can just take the big full jump and lock in a big deadlift.
And he will blow that total provincial record out of the water by 22.5 kilos.
No, only by 2.5.
Come on, Matt, let's go! Come on! Don't stop pulling!
Oh, you're correct.
Oh, and he kept it moving.
It's moving.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see if there was any.
He got it. That is a Saskatchewan provincial deadlift and open record.
Deadlift
total record. At 802.5 kilos.
Take Ryan Kotchuk's record. Ryan's spotting loading that session.
He's watching it.
He's watching. Now Ryan's going to have to come out, and maybe at Nationals we see him try and take that back.
Yep.
One of the best things about the sport is you can always lift more.
So our first flight in deadlift is done. An exciting battle in the 105s and a provincial deadlift and total record in the 120. It's one of the reasons why people stick around to the end.
Absolutely.
Because that third round of deadlifts, when you have meets, is where these kinds of things happen. Aaron is up with his opening deadlift at 155 kilos. He gets this, and he has the total for the meet. Pretty comfortably. Up and down. And Aaron is good. He has a total for the meet, for the provincials. And he also owns a squat record, provincial squat record. Ryan is our 66 kilo lifter. He is opening with a 210 deadlift. It's a narrow sumo stance. And that moved very comfortably. White lights. Hansen is opening with 215 for his opener. We have our 93s, our 83 junior, our 83 open, and our 93 junior, 2 juniors, excuse me. And we have our 66 kilo lifter who just lifted and our 120 lifter. So we have 4 different weight classes in this flight, and age classes, excuse me, age and weight classes. And Hansen opens with 215 pretty comfortably, and Ryan is planning on opening with a 220 kilo deadlift. Where we will see some competition will be in the 93 open category. We have 4 lifters in that group.
What's our placings right
We
now?
currently have Jake leading, and Daniel is second, and Derek's third, and Nick is fourth. Probably the competition is going to take place for first and second. It all depends. There are 3 deadlifts to go. We're early in the deadlifting competition. But currently, Jake is in first place.
Easy opener for Ryan.
He's very easy opener for Ryan. Nick is up next, planning to pull 225 for his opener. And we may see a battle between Nick and Derek for the podium for third place. Comfortable opener for him. And Derek has chosen 227.5 to open. That's that 501 pounds for his first deadlift.
Easy opener.
Yep, very easy opener. Theron is one of our 293 junior lifters. He's currently in first place, and he is opening at 240 kilos.
Very easy.
Opener for him, very easy. Gavin is our only 83 junior. He has 245 as his opener.
He still needs to make this lift, though, in order to be on the podium, because if you don't make your deadlifts.
And he's had a bit of trouble with bench. He missed 2 of his 3 bench. He makes this lift and he gets a total for the meet.
And then he can call himself provincial champion.
Exactly. Good opener.
Easy opener, yeah.
Yep. And Gavin is our 83 junior provincial champ.
Now he just gets to build on that total.
Jake is our next lifter, opening at 265. He is currently our leader in the 93 open category.
So he's currently sitting, if he makes this lift, with a 723 total. What's Daniel sitting at in second place in the 93s?
Daniel is sitting at 687. It's a 40.
So he's
it's a
still
40
fair
kilo
bit,
jump.
yeah.
45 kilo jump.
But Tanner made those jumps. 25 and 25, so you never know.
You never know. Jake also has one provincial record under his belt on the bench press.
Yes. So he actually gets to use that 0.5 as an advantage in this case.
It forces Daniel, if he wants to catch him, to have to go up 2.5 kilos.
Make the full jump. Yep.
Make the full jump. Because Daniel is the lighter lifter.
Ah, yes. So he
actually
took away
is even more important.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he took away that advantage for Daniel.
Daniel's opener is 272.5 kilos.
And what is Daniel up on third place, Mark?
Oh, no, that's 100 kilos from second to third. So there's a battle for first and second and a battle for third and fourth.
So if he makes this, then he's probably locked in second place.
He's probably locked in second place. And then he can chase that first place number if he wants to.
So there we go. That should lock in second. Yeah, 3 weights.
Second for him.
Now he and his coach can decide how he wants to chase second or just build the total. Or sorry, chase first or just build a second place total. But 40 kilos is a lot of kilos to make up.
35 and a half kilos.
35 of that's a lot of kilos to make up.
35 and a half is a lot to make up. I mean, it would almost require Jake to have to miss one of his two, second or third.
Yep.
Yeah. We've got Aaron coming out for his second. He's added 10 kilos to the bar, 165 kilos.
Aaron broke the Special Olympics 120 kilo squat provincial record.
Yep. 186 kilos is now the new record for that Special Olympics 120 group. Looked good from here. It's a good lift for him. He's got 2 deadlifts in. I noticed that Aaron likes to roll the bar back and forward and back. I've seen other lifters do the same thing. It might be simply a mental thing. It might be kind of a superstition thing. Is there any advantage to doing that?
There are times when you roll the bar out so that you give yourself a little more room to breathe.
Okay.
Because as your bar gets away from
tight.
you can have some more space in the diaphragm, whereas it's really tight. Sometimes then that can constrict how much you can breathe. So rolling it out might for him work better, so he can actually get a good breath and then pull it in, get tight, and go.
I haven't heard that explanation before, but that one makes sense. I've heard other things, but that one actually makes sense. So here's Ryan with 220, second attempt. He's building a very nice total for a 66 kilo lifter.
Absolutely.
He is at 552 for a 66 kilo lifter. It's a nice total. He's having an excellent meet, and he is now your provincial champ in the 66 open category. Hansen is one of our 293 juniors. He's in second place. He has added 17.5 kilos to the bar for his second attempt.
And I don't think Hansen has a chance to catch first place.
He does not, no.
Unless he's going to pull out a huge deadlift from somewhere.
Well, we're talking 90 kilos.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that Instagram material stuff.
Yeah.
Hansen is guaranteed second place. He does have a successful deadlift in. He will finish second unless something dramatic happens. I believe he got that successfully, no problem.
That's good.
He's building a nice total. He's currently at 605 with 1 deadlift to go. Ryan has jumped 15 kilos. He's adding to his first attempt. It's now 235 for his second, and this would put him over 600 kilos for the 83 open category, of which he is the only member. So he's guaranteed first place in the 83 open.
Just build a total
Just
now.
building
Maybe
a
go
total.
after a PR total.
Going after a PR total,
PR deadlift, maybe.
possibly. The 83 open deadlift is not in reach, the record.
What is the record right
305.
now? Who
Tim
holds that?
Zielinski?
Oh, yeah. Tim. He was spotting loading in the afternoon session.
He was. And Derek, one of our 93 open lifters, is jumping 12.5 kilos to 615.
So he's
Sorry, to 240, which would give him a total of 627.5. His current total is 615.
He's sitting in third place,
sitting
I
in
believe,
third.
and this will keep him in third.
This will keep him solidly in third place. He is 30 kilos ahead of Nick.
Make this, you almost put away.
Almost put it away.
Yeah.
It's pretty comfortable lift for him.
Yep, he has still kilos in the tank.
He does. So he is now at 627.5. Nick is adding 15 to the bar for his second. That would put him at an even 600. It would still leave him 27.5 behind Derek. So that's the fight for third and fourth place. We're waiting for the platform. We are checking a collar.
Is that what's going on
I think
on
we're
the far
checking
side there?
collars.
Oh,
Yep. Yep. Bars loaded for Nick. Good lift for Nick. Nick now has a 600 kilo total. Theron is our next lifter. He is jumping 17.5 kilos to 677.5. He is in first place as our junior. He has the provincial championship as a 93 kilo junior. He is simply adding numbers for a PR potentially or a provincial record. I can check that in just a moment. I'm going to mention our silver sponsors at this point. Foundation Fitness, Bridge City Barbell, SBD Canada, SaskTel, Strong Arm Sport, and Great Western Brewing are our silver sponsors for this weekend's provincial championship. 257.5 for Theron. Moved really
Very nice,
comfortably.
yeah.
He's got lots more there. At this point, I think he probably is chasing a PR.
I would guess so, yeah.
I can check what the 93 junior record is.
And then depending on his age, he also might be chasing the open qualifier for nationals. If he's
For
maybe
qualifier, yes.
maybe his last year junior. I'm not sure what his birth year is, but
The 93 kilo record for junior is 300, so that's out of reach. That's Davidson Fedari.
and what's the total 93 provincial?
93 total is 727. He's close. It would require a very big third deadlift. He's 32.5 away.
Oh, yeah.
That would be a monster
But you never
third
know
lift.
if there's nothing else to go for.
If there's nothing else to go for,
met all of your
yep,
other goals,
yep.
it might be something you just put on the bar and see what happens. You get a little excitement and adrenaline going.
Exactly.
It can, you never know.
Gavin is our next lifter. He's attempting 257.5 kilos. He's our only 83 junior. It is a good lift. Gavin is your 83 junior provincial champion. Jake has loaded 12.5 extra kilos onto the bar for his second. He's at 277.5. It would give him a 735.5 total, and would essentially leave it out of reach for Daniel. Daniel would have to,
Come on, Jake, let's go.
well, he'd be 45 kilos behind
Yeah,
after
so
two
this would
lifts.
probably secure the win.
This would secure the win.
Don't stop pulling.
slowed down a bit, but
Yep.
still was fine
Good lift.
speed-wise.
Jake has a 735.5 kilo total with one lift remaining. And a 55.5 kilo lead. Daniel has 2 lifts, but that is a big number to make up with 2 deadlifts.
Yeah. Yeah, unless you're a deadlift specialist.
There are some Canadian lifters that
there
are specialists
some,
that
yes,
pull
that at 93 are pulling well into
dramatically
the threes.
dramatically more weight than their squats.
Yep.
I mean, like it's not even close. And dramatically more than you would expect of a 93 kilo
Yes,
lifter.
that's right. That moved
That-
well, but
that-
I don't think he's got another 30 or 40 kilos on top of that.
It's 42.5 kilos
Yeah.
at this point. What Daniel might be going for is he is at 692.5. He might be looking at a 700 total.
Yes.
Because that would be a 7.5 kilo increase for his third. That might be a goal.
Oh, we got another non-multiple of 2.5 coming on the bar here for Aaron.
Aaron is attempting the deadlift record for the 120 Special Olympics class. He is chipping looks like he's chipping the record by a half kilo, the 172.5 kilo record for deadlift.
And I would bet that Aaron owns this current record.
Okay.
So just trying to chip it up a little bit and
Add a little more to the total.
see, keep building the total.
This would give him a 485 total for the meet, too.
Big total.
Aaron getting a lot of support from the crowd, being aware that it's a provincial record.
We'll probably see a good celebration if he makes this. Oh, not quite.
Did he release it too quickly?
I
Yep.
think so.
Just the weight went up.
He
just-
did.
Yep.
I think he just set it down too early.
He set it down too early. Definitely the strength is there.
Yeah.
Yep.
That'll be there another day.
It will be there another day.
Hopefully he's going to lift at the national championship. There's a special division at
Yes.
nationals.
Yep, probably.
So I would assume we'll see him there in Regina.
Ryan has chosen
Or
to
in
add
Moose Jaw, I mean, not
in
Regina.
Moose Jaw. Ryan has chosen to add 7.5 kilos to the bar for his final deadlift. That would give him an even 560. He is your 66 kilo provincial champ. After we are finished our third round of deadlifts, we will say goodnight, but we will leave the video on so you can watch the awards for the final group. But we will say goodnight as far as commentary once our last deadlift is completed.
And we are back tomorrow morning for the youth and the Special Olympics session.
The Youth and Special Olympics are tomorrow morning, Sunday morning. I will not be commentating on that one. I'm sure Ryan Stinn will probably be jumping in for part of it. Ryan Fowler might be jumping in for part of it. But you will have commentators tomorrow morning for that last session, that fifth session of the weekend. That looks like a good lift for Ryan. It is. He ends on a good note, 8 for 9 for the day. 7 for 9, excuse me. 7 for 9. Hansen, with his final deadlift, is adding 10 kilos, 242.5 to his total, which would then equal 615. So a 10 kilo jump for him. And he is one of your 293 juniors. He will finish in second place. Just too much on the day.
Not quite today.
Yeah. As we talked about earlier, sometimes that last deadlift, you've just run out of gas on the day. The energy and the adrenaline are not there anymore. And it's, on another day it would be there. It's just on that particular day, it's just not enough.
Yep. And sometimes it's numbers you haven't touched before either.
Sometimes if
And
you're
you
trying to
just
hit a PR, you
don't
just
know how it's going to feel.
You just don't know whether that's going to be there on that day. Derek has added 10 kilos for his final attempt at 250. That would give him a 637.5 total. And probably secure third place. It's highly improbable that a 37.5 kilo total is there for Nick on his fourth pull. We never say never, but if Derek does secure this, he probably secures third place in the 93 open category. And Derek just went 9 for 9.
Oh, nice.
I'm still waiting for a smile. He went 9 for 9.
No, maybe a little one.
Maybe a little tiny one. But
Came, got the job done, and
you got the job done.
he's likely going to stand on the podium.
He's going to be on the podium in third place, 9 for 9.
I don't see Nick's coaches making any moves to change his attempt. So I think that will secure third place, and we're still first and second are yet to be firmly decided, but probably we know where those finishings are going to be with Jake in first and Daniel in second.
Both with totals over 700.
That's very good.
Yeah. It's Ryan, our 83 open lifter. 15 kilo jump, he hit it. And finished with a 617 total.
So no change from Nick?
No change from Nick. He's going to make a 10 kilo jump. This would give him a 610 total for the day.
Finished fourth.
Finished in fourth place. This is our fifth to last lifter. We have 4 more lifters after this.
Not today.
Not there on the day.
No.
Nick finishes with an even 600 total. Gavin is up. Gavin is adding to a total. He has already won the 83 Junior Provincial Championship. He is looking to add 5 kilos. Just building a little bit more to his total.
Just cleaning his shoes off with some baby powder, maybe felt it on there. Not quite today.
Nope. Gavin finishes with a 582.5 total, and he is your 83 Junior Provincial Champion. Theron is your 93 kilo Junior Champion, and he is looking to add 15 kilos to his total, 272.5 final deadlift, which would give him a 710 total. That is a big number for a 93 Junior.
Big number. 600-pound deadlift.
600-pound deadlift. Probably a personal goal.
I would assume, yep.
Because of the 15 kilo jump when there's really nothing else at stake. He's got it.
That was nice. Very nice.
That was an excellent third. It was there on the day. So Theron finishes with a 7:10 total. We have 2 lifters left. The meet will end. As far as the competition, shortly after that, we will have awards for this 2 flights. We will continue to leave the video on for you to watch the award ceremony. We will sign off our commentary after these last 2 lifts. Jake is attempting a 5 kilo increase, which would give him a 740.5 total, essentially putting the 93 open category out of reach.
I don't see Daniel or his coach standing at the table with the change card, so I think they are just going to pull whatever they've got in for their third already.
Yes. And Jake hits his third deadlift.
Yep, 2-1.
And a 740 total.
Far side didn't like his lockout. Didn't think he was locked out, either hips or his knees, but the other 2 were okay.
2-1.
With it.
Daniel is sticking with 295 for his final deadlift. It's a 10 kilo jump, which would give him a 710 total.
Let's go, Dad. Come on, buddy.
Last lift of the night, Daniel Holzer, a 295 kilo attempt to finish out the night.
That was easy.
Made that look pretty easy.
Third deadlift.
It looked better than the second.
Yes, it did. Must be a PR maybe. So
Might
good,
be a PR.
Good way to end the day.
Daniel finishes with a 7:10 total. And in second place in the 93 Open group. We will sign off here momentarily. Stick around for the awards ceremony if you want to watch that. Ryan, thank you for sitting in on the last session.
Hey, absolutely. Thanks for all your work today.
Yep, we had a great day. Number of provincial records. I believe we had a handful of national records. And some very exciting battles, particularly in the 105 Open Men's.
Absolutely.
Came right down to the wire.
That's what you want to see.
All right, we will sign off, and if you want to, continue to watch the awards ceremony. Thanks, and have a good night.
to the male open 93 kilo class. In bronze, we have Derek Van Gool with a total of 637.5 kilos. In the silver medal spot, we have Daniel Holzer with a total of 710 kilos. I do believe that total qualifies him to go to nationals next February. Congratulations. In a gold medal spot, we have Jake Paxco with a total of 750 kilos. Taking a bench press provincial record and a total provincial record of 740.5 kilos. Congratulations. Moving on now to the male open 105 kilogram class. This was a big class this evening. In third place, Daniel Thrasher with a total of 717.5 kilos. In the silver medal spot, we have Gage Bush with a total of 725 kilos. And our gold medal spot now goes to Dallas Reiner with a total of 730 kilograms. Congratulations. Moving on now to the male open 120 kilo class. In third place, we have Caleb Harrison with a total of 545 kilos. In the silver medal spot, we have Tana Page with a total of 702.5 kilos. And our gold medal spot goes to Matt Budney with a total of 802.5 kilos. Congratulations, everybody. Moving on now to the male open equipped division, the 120 kilo plus class. Goes to our very own meet director of this meet, Russell Agnew. That is by far it's an incredible feat to compete here at the end and put up a pretty good total. Congrats, Russell. Moving on now to the male junior 83 kilo class, our gold medal spot goes to Gavin Johns with a total of 582.5 kilos. Everybody relax just a tiny bit, please. We're ready to figure it out. Gold medal spot, Gavin Johns, 582.5 kilos. Did I get that? All right, moving on now to the junior 93 kilo class. In silver place spot, we have Hanson Varco with a total of 605 kilograms. And our gold medal spot now goes to Theron Farley with a total of 710 kilograms. Congratulations. We have a special Olympic lifter here, Aaron Higgins, who put up an incredible total. Won the crowd over. We're going to be giving him a so now we're going to get to our best lifter awards here. The best male open lifter goes to Jake Pascal. Congratulations, Jake. Moving on to the best male junior goes to Farron Farthing. Moving on now to the best male equipped lifter goes to our own meet director, Russell Agnew.
Okay, we have one last award to give out. Due to conflict of interest, Danny will not be giving it out. So that goes to the best team. So the best team is consisted of a equipped bench, classic bench, 2 classic powerlifting, and 1 equipped powerlifting. And 2 of the 5 positions must be of the opposite gender. None of the teams had an equipped lifter, so that didn't count. So then it was just the best of those other 4 positions. And we have a prize pack from Zender Farms. I can't think, I've been here since 5:30. And the best team goes to Bridge City Barbell. In addition, there is also steak and sausages provided by